allow you to speak. Okay, let's get started. Okay, welcome to San Mateo County's Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. The Design Review Committee, as established in the zoning regulations, is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Today is Thursday, March 10th, 2022. The hearing consists of 4 projects. This meeting is being audio recorded. There are 2 opportunities for the public to speak, including oral communications for matter not included on the agenda, and separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which item you wish to speak on at time of that item. The chair will open public comment session during the public comment period and for each item on the regular agenda. I will first read comments received before the meeting into the record. Then I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9, indicate your desire to speak. Please note that members of the public must wait for my prompt in connection with each agenda item before using the raise hand function. For example, you cannot raise your hand at the beginning of the meeting for an agenda item that's later in the meeting. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number called, I will prompt you to unmute your account and inform you that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, press *6. We'll unmute or mute your microphone. The Design Review Committee's decision for item 1, 2, 3, and 4 today, if any, will only be recommendations regarding project compliance, and not the final decision on projects. The decision of which will take place at a later date. Depending on the scale and scope of changes, continued projects will be placed on next month's agenda if the revisions are submitted to the county by the end of business Friday, March 18th, 2022. Applicants should note that the continuance letter may not be available by that day and are encouraged to take notes of committee's feedback. The next Coastside Design Review meeting will be held on Thursday, April 14th, 2022. And item 1 of the agenda is roll call. Katie Kostiuk.
Here. Hi, everybody.
Hi, thank you. Rebecca Catkin.
I'm here. Hi.
Hi. Christopher Johnson.
Hey, here.
Thank you. Beverly Garrity.
Yes.
Doug Machado.
Here.
Thank you. Mark Stackmeyer. Okay, not here. Linda Matado Patterson. Not here. Okay, John Stadman. Okay, John's not here. With that, I turn it over to the chair.
Okay, today is a special day, but before we go on to special things, I'm just going to call out the resolution. AB 361, a resolution finding that as a result of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic, state of emergency declared by Governor Newsom, meeting in person for meetings of the Coastside Design Review Committee would present imminent risk to the health or safety of attendees. I guess that's a motion. Is that correct, Camille? Anyone seconding that to support our continued meeting on Zoom?
I'll second.
And Glenn, if you roll call those attendees so that we can vote on it.
Glenn, you're muted.
Glenn, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Katie Kostiuk.
Aye.
Rebecca Catkin.
Yes.
Christopher Johnson.
Aye.
Beverly Garrity.
Yes.
Doug Machado.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well-
Beverly, sorry, on that item, remind me, is that usually done every meeting?
Yes,
or-
it is. It's
Oh,
usually
okay.
done by the DRO, but it's okay. You know, it's a
Okay.
minor thing. I could just pick that up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, Chris. Chris, you are indeed leaving us, and I am at a loss for words because nothing I could say really could rise to the occasion of your service over all these years. It's been just incredible. Not only have you done your job exceptionally well, you've trained, I think, everyone in attendance today just by your very example. You're thoughtful, your due diligence, and you always say you don't have the expertise, but I beg to differ. You have been incredible, and I don't think you can be replaced, actually. We need you. We so appreciate you and thank you immensely, immensely, and hope we can call on you as a valued member of the El Granada community and the Coastside community. So I'm not going to break out into song. You probably appreciate that. But just deepest thanks. Yeah.
I thank you, Beverly. I appreciate that. And I guess there's some saying like if you hang around long enough, like you become good or something like that. Like I guess just longevity. Thank you. Is the key here. Stay around long enough, like you're bound to do something right somewhere along the line. But I appreciate it, and I really have enjoyed contributing to the community. And I've been on many committees over the years, and this one has been the longest one. I've had opportunities to leave the committee when my term has expired twice before, but I think it's the design element. It's the challenge for me of like having to look at these graphical representations and try to figure them out in a way that is not natural to me. So there's the challenge of it and the satisfaction that comes from working with the architects and the applicants to move a project through to completion. That there's satisfaction in that. And then I think selfishly, there's a satisfaction of walking around El Granada and thinking like, oh yeah, I remember that house. Like, oh yeah, like look at the community now. And like, a small part of it, like, I feel like, okay, like I have had some participation in the development of the community, that the specific little community that I live in. That's another thing I love about the CDRC, is that you can have a community representative that lives in that community that is tied to that community. I'll also say that people that have also served on this committee for a long time. I mean, Camille was there before I got there. Camille has, is the thread that ties it all the way through. I'm a little annoyed though, because when I look at myself on Zoom here, I'm like, okay, I see 10 years have gone by, but Camille looks the same as she did 10 years ago. So I'm pretty annoyed about that. And then I see Diane Whitaker is on the on the call today, and Diane was on this committee when I joined the committee, and she was on for a very long time as well. So it's people like Diane and Ron Madsen and folks like that that really helped me figure out like what exactly it is I was supposed to be doing here, which took me a couple of years, but it was folks like that that really helped me understand better. And so then I just hope that I could offer that same advice, I guess, to other folks that have joined subsequently. Anyways, thank you very much. I really appreciate the kind words, and it's been an honor to serve on this committee, and I will definitely miss the folks that I've worked with and are working with now, and the opportunity to participate in the community.
Ooh, do I get to speak up? Okay, I'm gonna even turn on my video.
Okay, I'm after Katie though.
So I just wanted you to get to see me since we're all doing Zoom, and Chris, I'm sure we're going to still be seeing each other anyway, since we're neighbors. But I just wanted to say, I jumped in, kind of got the gist of what was happening and was like, oh no, Chris is really, really leaving now. And it's a bummer, but it's obviously, something that happens. Everybody kind of goes through their term, and you have been so committed to the committee, and you've done such an incredible job, and you care so deeply, and it really does show with all of the reviews that you've done, that you've participated in, including the 5-year anniversary of my house, which was yesterday. And you reviewed my house.
Oh my God.
And so, it kind of feels like the end of an era, but I've really enjoyed working with you. I've really enjoyed, how collaborative it's been. You've really dedicated so much, and you obviously have learned a ton because, like Beverly mentioned, you always say that you don't know what you're doing, and you rely on the architects on the committee, but you have really provided so much positive contribution. So I don't know where you started because I wasn't on the committee back then, but I can tell you where you've ended, and you've really learned so much, and you've taken this such a long way, and we're going to really miss you deeply.
Thank you, Katie. Really appreciate that.
And now I won't make you suffer with more video from Katie right now.
Thank you, Katie. I just wanted to recognize Chris and show him that we actually got him a commendation from it's all backwards on Zoom, but I will read it. It's a commendation from
facing.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
Supervisor Horsley's office. And because, Chris served on the MCC before joining the CDRC, right?
Actually, I started on CDRC in June of 2012, and then I got elected to the MCC in November of 2012, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's kind of concurrent at the beginning there, but yeah, I think Lisa Ketchum and Laura Stein recruited me for MCC after watching some CDRC meetings, I think.
Oh, I see.
I don't know. It was 10 years ago. I think let's just go with that. That sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the 10 years has flown by. Can't believe it's been 10 years. And just to read the certificate, it says, commendation, the Board of Supervisors of San Mateo County, State of California, honors and commends Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson has served consistently and enthusiastically on the Coastside Design Review Committee since 2012. While he has many community and personal responsibilities, he has consistently reserved time in his busy schedule to serve his community of both El Granada and the Mid-Coast as a whole. In reviewing projects, Chris has always taken a comprehensive approach in looking over every detail and communicating his concerns. His concerns have been directed to developers as well as to the county to address the issues which are important to him, which we know it's all coming from, deep down in your heart. Really, it really comes through that you really care about the coast. The county truly appreciates his dedication and commitment to serving his community, and it's signed by all the supervisors.
That's so nice. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
So I'm going to drop this by your house, since I know where you live.
Uh-oh.
Because I will always remember, and I think it was when I forgot why I think it was after Dennis left. I had taken over being the staff person for the CDRC, and one day, always doing too many things, I forgot the key for the room.
I remember that.
At the Granada Sanitary Office.
Yeah.
I forgot the key, and Chris Johnson opened his house, and we all sat around his dining table.
Yep.
Hey guys, I'm
Like
sorry
in
to
a
interrupt
moment's
for a second.
notice. What's that?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I got to take like 5 minutes.
Okay.
My daughter's freaking out, and she
Oh.
apparently is not going to be consoled without me. So I will be right back. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, I will always remember that. It was just so generous, and you were so welcoming, and you totally saved the day. and we got, I don't know, I feel like I got a little glimpse into your personality, and
Uh-oh.
beyond the CDRC, because we see how everyone interacts over plans and stuff like that. But that was really sweet. Like, I saw sort of the sweet side of Chris Johnson. Anyway, thank you
Thanks,
for your many years of service, and the residents of El Granada were in very good hands, and they still will be with Doug. And I just wanted to say that I look forward to working with you in the future as just an engaged and vocal member of the community, which I hope you will always be.
I will. Thank you, Camille. And that commendation language there, it's going to be really special to me, because what it says about my feelings about the community. So I really appreciate that.
I want to thank you too, Chris. You've made it so easy for me to come and join this committee. I feel like I learned a lot from you, and always felt like there's just a really nice kind of team environment on the committee. So that's thanks to you.
Thanks, Rebecca. It's been great working with you as well. Really have enjoyed working with all of the architects over the years. And I just, you and Katie are the ones I'm working with now. And I just really feel that have just been so generous with the understanding of the limitations that I have in terms of, like, I don't know how to measure out a roof slope. I don't, I'll take your word for it. Like, then I just appreciate being able to just pitch it of like, well, let's let the architects deal with that, and pan to the architects, please, and they can handle it. It's just so nice to have people that are generous with their knowledge and so considerate in the meetings.
We're gonna miss you.
Hey, Chris, this is Glenn speaking. So it's
Hi,
the
Glenn.
second time we meet, and now it's sad to see you go. And yeah, I wish you well. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thanks,
for-
Glenn. I'm gonna miss not working with you. It's been like, it was Camille and Dennis, and then Ramel, and now Glenn. And so I guess I get it just like a couple of meetings with Glenn to like put that capstone on the end,
I'm also really pleased that you're still here today, since I have a project to be reviewed also. So
I know you said all those nice things before I reviewed the project. Like, oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
I have said them anyway, but I'm glad you get to see. I'm glad you get to see something I'm bringing to the committee too.
Oh, I like it.
Okay, and now I see there's a hand raised. So should we open
Yes,
for public
please
hearing?
allow that.
Okay, and Diane, Miss Diane, we take care. I will promote you to panelists. I'll allow you to talk. Sorry. Please unmute yourself, Miss Whitaker.
Thank you, Glenn. Diane Whitaker. I live in San Mateo. What other information did you want?
That'll work.
Excuse me?
That works.
That works. Okay. So for some reason, I still get the agendas for Coastside Design Review Committee. So I look at them every month and was surprised and shocked to see that Chris Johnson is retiring. Congratulations, Chris.
Thanks, Diane.
I served on Coastside Design Review Committee from 2008 to 2017. So I've crossed paths with Camille and Beverly and Linda. So nice to see all of you. I will say that Linda was actually on Coastside Design Review when I joined in 2008. So she deserves an award whenever she steps down.
Yes.
So I will say that, Chris, you were one of my favorite people to work with on the Coastside Design Review Committee. I always appreciated your comments and your insight and how well you handled yourself with the applicants and those that were there to oppose the projects. I'm remembering two specific incidents while we were on the Design Review Committee. One was the Big Wave project. and how long that went on and all the different places we met. I think we were at was it the El Granada Yacht Club or something a couple
The
times,
kayak club.
kayak club. The other incident is when we got kicked out of the sheriff's substation where we used to hold our meetings.
Right.
So, yeah, I guess I'm just sad to see you go, but happy for you to continue on in your life. And it sounds like it's coaching.
I mean, coaching, teaching, helping out, whatever I can do. And I thank you for that, Diane. Yeah, it's nice to nice in 10 years later to remember a couple of those incidents, that 10 or 12 hour big wave meeting that went to like midnight. And that was like the third or fourth big wave meeting. And it just kept going and going. And I don't think we even got a resolution out of it that night, but it went till midnight. And then, yeah, when I remember having to escort somebody to their car in the sheriff's substation parking lot because citizens were upset and like yelling at members of the committee and stuff. It's just like, wow, this is in the sheriff's substation parking lot. Like, if we're not safe there, but it's got, I mean, I just feel like it's nice to have that history, because I just feel like the CDRC is running so smooth now. And just like, maybe it's just me of like 10 years in, I finally get it, but I don't know. It just seems like the organization itself has matured, and maybe people come into it with more understanding of what its purpose is. But I just feel like I'm really proud of the CDRC and proud to have been a part of it, and proud to have worked with people like Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry for the little pause.
Chris? Glenn, is there anyone else in the attendees list who has hands raised at this point? Otherwise, I'll jump into the chair report, even though it'd be nice to hang out with Chris for another few hours.
Yeah, I
It
don't
gets
see any
old.
hand raised. Yeah, I don't see any hand raised, so we can move forward.
Okay. All right, Chris. Well, too many more wonderful experiences with you on the Coastside, I hope. All right, I'm going to jump into the chair report. I'm going to try to go through this quickly because we have a 2 o'clock scheduled. So I'm going to say that's probably a 2:15 because I'll go through this quickly. I'm going to jump over the demonstration of scale and story polls, only pausing to ask Camille, is this reassigned to someone? The story poll ordinance
Oh, I see.
status?
It has not been reassigned. The chips are falling and getting reassigned in waves, and that one, the long range projects related to design review haven't been reassigned yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. That's all of page 1 is the story polls. If you skip to page 2, design standards update. We have 4 projects today, so we will not be discussing the design standards update. Is this something that Glenn will be doing as well? Camille, question for you.
What were you saying that Glenn would
The
be-
design standards update.
Oh, well, that's
Also-
also a long range project. So all the long range projects related to design review, including the C1 project, the demonstration of scale. I will be still involved with the design review standards update.
Okay.
The other 2 have not yet been assigned.
Okay. So we'll continue to follow 1 hour allocated to the CDRC meeting agenda if there are 3 or fewer projects to continue this effort. Thank you, Camille, for taking it on. All right, CDRC positions. Chris, and Doug, now that you're both here, you've both offered to substitute in until we find a permanent person to permanently fill this spot. Is that, Doug, are you there? Is that, and Chris, is that true?
So I'm going to go ahead and reapply for the El Granada rep.
Oh, yay, terrific.
Yay!
That's news to everybody today. I
Yeah.
apologize. I've been trying to balance my life tasks, and so I'll go ahead and.
Wonderful, Doug.
Good deal.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure you feel like the proud papa, Chris.
I mean, I'm really happy to hear that because I don't know when Ron Madsen started, but I think he was there for 10 years before I was there. And so like since CDRC's been, or since in the 21st century, I think there's only been like now 3 El Granada representatives. And I love that continuity. And I just think Doug is a really good guy who really
Great candidate.
pays attention and knows what's going on. And so I'm thrilled. I was hoping, and I was thrilled. I'm thrilled to hear that Doug wants to do it because I don't know if he sees it this way, but I feel like he deserves it. Like he's dutifully like, waited until I finally like walked off. And now he gets to do it. And maybe that seems like, oh, he gets to do it. But I remember when Ron left, because I was kind of surprised when he left, I was at first like a little afraid, but then like excited of like, okay, now I'm the person that's, running the hearing and really needs to like be on point and help the architects and help the applicants. And like, so I'm excited for Doug that he gets to be kind of the face of El Granada for CDRC. And I couldn't think of a better guy too, because Doug also has the ability to like, to work with people. And that's a critical part of, I think, being the community representative is you're not the content expert, although Doug certainly brings that as a member of the building community, but you really have to be the representative for the community back and forth between the applicant, between the committee, and understand both sides and really bring all the parties together. And I think that Doug really has a great personality for that. So I'm just really excited for him. And I would say that it's important to get him an alternate, because I know for me, knowing that I had somebody like Doug as my alternate really gave me a lot of comfort level of like, okay, rather than try to like really juggle some things that maybe I shouldn't have, to try to make a meeting or just miss it and there's nobody there, knowing that Doug was there just was like, okay, there's nothing, it's not going to skip a beat at all. So it's really important to get a good alternate. And for Doug, I can try to be that alternate for when I can, but I'll tell you, like in the next 6 months, I'm gone like five of the meeting dates, because I've already like looked ahead in the schedule, like, okay, I'm driving to Alaska this summer. I got a couple other things going on, like, but until you've got an alternate, you can keep me in the hopper as somebody to at least try to reach out to if Doug's not available. But I just want to say to Doug, congrats, Doug. Good job, bud.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Doug. Excellent.
Thanks for the kind words. I hope I can continue to fit in.
Well, MCC has invited CDRC to present at their April 27th MCC meeting. I am very willing to do that, to represent the CDRC, and I'd like to invite you to, if you want me to send a blast email, I will. I'd like to invite you to tell me what you think CDRC is to you and why you are on this committee, because what I will be presenting will hopefully be strong reasons why people might want to apply for these vacant positions. So if you can do it without an email prompt, great, ASAP, and I will start to consolidate these and we'll run it by y'all before I actually go to the meeting.
Is that the purpose of the invite, is basically
It
part
is.
of the outreach for filling positions?
It is.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Thanks for being willing to do that presentation, Beverly.
Sure, sure. And really, it is important to understand why each of you have signed on, because you make a huge difference. All right. That is our section on design standards updates at Cdrc Positions. All right, we're jumping to, Glenn, you might want to look at the paragraph on duties of the vice chair. Since we don't have a vice chair, being split amongst the Camille and the DRO, which is now you. So if you and Camille sort of sort that out and see if that's still valid and inform me, that would be really helpful. Right now, we have it listed that Camille, you maintain the Cdrc membership roster and contact list and send out term notification letters. The DRO forwards to the chair, who in turn forwards to Cdrc members any notice of Cdrc reviewed projects going before the Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, and Zoning Hearing Office. So this is, as stated, I'm not sure how, I know, Camille, you've been following through on the term outs, but we really haven't received consistent notice of projects going before the Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, and Zoning Hearing Office. It would be very helpful if we did, and that was typically the DRO. So I'll just leave that on the table for you and Glenn to discuss and maybe confirm at next meeting.
Yeah, will do.
Okay. All right, planning inspection requests. Glenn, in addition to all the other things you do, when we have this list running in the chair report, at this point, it's 3 items of projects that have been seen in the community that don't seem to be in compliance or in appropriately being processed. So I don't know if you've looked at that section, planning inspection requests, but it would be helpful if you did look at that section in the chair report and then give us an update at our next meeting.
Yeah, so I'll, noted, I will talk to Camille. I'll work on this with Camille, and I will circle back next time.
Yes, okay. And does anybody have any updates, any things to add to this list of projects that may be out of compliance? Okay. All right. Next Cdrc meeting is April 14th, 2022. And oh, I actually went faster than expected. And that is the end of the chair report. So I'd like to open up for public comment at this time, or any committee comments on the chair report if need be. So is there any of the attendees or panelists who would like to speak publicly about any issue not on the project agenda?
Okay, if anyone wish to speak, please raise your hand.
No one?
Yeah, I don't see any hand raised.
Okay, with that, I'd like to pass the chair to Chris Johnson for the first regular agenda item.
Oh, am I supposed to?
Peace.
Leave? Can I stay on as a
Yeah.
so I can listen in?
No.
No, okay. And so the homeowner, I believe Greg Barsh will be in the waiting room, and Paul Langlois, who works in my office, will be in the waiting room. So if and possibly Carolyn, I don't know if Carolyn and Greg are on together or Carolyn Russo may be on separately. So if they could get promoted to panelists, that would be great. And I think Paul can probably let me know when it's over so that I come back for number 2 or something.
I'll let you know when it's
Okay.
over.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
All righty. Okay, we're going to start item number 1 on our regular agenda. The owner is Greg Barsh and Carolyn Russo. The applicant is Rebecca Katkin, who is also a member of our CDRC and who I believe has recused herself for this project. Will not be part of the committee. It will just be myself and architect Katie Kostyk. Okay, this is file number PLN 2021-00406. The location is Avenue Balboa in El Granada. There's 2 APNs, 047207060 and 047207070. This is consideration of a design review recommendation for the construction of a new 2-story, 2,638 square foot single family residence with a 672 square foot attached 2-car garage and 554 square foot of new decks on a 5,172 square foot legal lot consisting of 2 parcels to be merged within the R3 S3 zoning district associated with a staff level coastal development permit, CDP. The project involves no significant tree removal and only minor grading. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the staff level CDP after March 10, 2022. The project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. The application was deemed complete January 25, 2022, and the project planner is Glenn Gio. Okay. Again, my name is Chris Johnson. I'm the community representative for El Granada. I'll be chairing this hearing, and the other member of our committee today is architect Katie Kostyk. We only have 2 members, so hopefully we won't have a split vote if we go to a vote. Okay, well, how we usually start this, let's see, who we have, looks like Greg is here, and Paul, I think Katie said, will be representing the applicant here. So what we usually start with is a brief description of the project from the applicant. So Greg or Paul, would either of you like to give us a overview of your project?
Sure. So this is Greg. I guess, yeah, we're no video for me, which is fine. And actually, let me start by also introducing very briefly my wife, Carolyn Russo, who I think is also here, and Glenn, maybe you can unmute her as well in case she wants to say anything. And also, you know, Paul Langlois, who is a member of our team, and you know, will hopefully address some of the more sophisticated architectural questions that.
Through the chair, Greg, did you want video?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Greg, Glenn, please activate Greg's video.
Okay. I think Greg can turn on the video on his end. I can't turn it on for him.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Hi, Greg.
Thank you. Okay, so just brief background. My wife, Carolyn, and I, our family, we lived in the Bay Area for 25 years when we were faculty members at Stanford. During that time, we raised a family, fell in love with the coastal communities of El Granada and surrounding areas. We also fell in love with diverse architecture of the San Mateo Highlands and the coastal communities. San Mateo Highlands, we lived in an Eichler and Eichler style home. We loved it. For the last 10 years, we lived in the Southeast United States. We're thrilled to be planning a new primary residence in Lower El Granada. We're also committed to engaging and supporting the coastal community. We've been fortunate to engage members of that community to help, including obviously our architect, but also our builder, arborist, and landscape advisor. Our plan, it's a modern plan, modern home on a corner lot. As Chris mentioned, it's zoned S3 for single or multifamily housing. But with advice from Rebecca, we developed a plan that is more closely aligned with S17 single family zoning guidelines, and the shape and design of our home, we think closely follows the slope, which is rather gentle of the lot, and the shape of the lot. The color palette is warm and muted. We've got 3 different exterior materials. The local neighborhood is a mix of different styles, diverse architecture. There's another modern home that's under construction just across the street on Alameda. That home was developed by John Stedman and approved by the Cdrc last year, I think. We're familiar with the Cdrc guidelines. Rebecca prepared, I believe, a brief narrative of compliance that I think the committee has access to. If they don't, we can provide it, or Glenn, I'm sure, can share it. And Carolyn and I have listened to the last 2 Cdrc meetings. We're familiar with the process. And obviously, I won't be able to address questions in the same way as Rebecca or any other architect. Will do our best and rely on Paul for his architectural expertise. I do want to say that in all aspects of the design, we've really tried to be respectful of the community and the neighborhood. In particular, our design respects the privacy of our direct neighbors by avoiding any sight lines from windows or outdoor spaces. And in fact, we have one immediate direct neighbor. We met with them, this is at 162 and 164 Balboa. We met with them early on in the process, had multiple conversations to ensure they were comfortable with the design and to address any of their concerns. And I think they provided a letter of support to the committee. So I'll stop there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. Yes, we did get a project narrative that was distributed to the committee, and we also were able to view the letter from the neighbor as well that you mentioned, Greg. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Now what we usually do is we go to clarifying questions that the committee might have for the applicant. So these are things that maybe we didn't understand from the document or additional information we would like to get from the applicant. And so I will start with Katie. Katie, do you have any clarifying questions for the applicant?
Boy, it's just the 2 of us. I guess you kind of have to start with me, huh?
I guess I could have started with me, but I always like to kick that. See, that's the fun part of being the chair. Like, you start. No, you start.
Yeah, you get to direct, right?
Yeah.
I do have a couple clarifying questions. These will probably be best answered by Paul. One question was area plans. I didn't see area plans in the set. Were those included in the application?
The area calculations were.
Yeah, I saw the area
believe we-
summaries on the cover sheet, but I didn't see any area plans.
Yeah, just the lot coverage diagram that was on the cover sheet. And yeah, as part as that, site plans, and that would be it.
Okay. One thing to note, Chris, just in the administrative side of things, let's make sure that we capture that planning will confirm that the 4'6" overhang is captured in the area plans.
Okay.
And that's seen on sheet A3.0 view 2. I believe that whole front eyebrow roof is 4'6". So just making sure that that's been accounted for. Otherwise, it might need to be reduced down to 4 feet. I believe the county can confirm that the 48 inches for an overhang that applies to all zoning.
What sheet is that on, Katie?
It's on A3.0. On the north exterior elevation, you can see that there's a dimension of 4'6" for the roof overhang.
Yep. Okay.
So
Got
just
that.
like administratively, they'll just need to double check. I believe that the 4 foot is the limitation for an eave to not count. So that's something that they'll just have to double check.
Okay.
Along the same administrative lines, it's not necessarily a clarifying question. It might have just been graphically how it's represented in the plans, but it looks like there's a gas cooktop that's shown on A2.2, and that's not permitted anymore in San Mateo County. So that's something that will just need to be corrected.
Okay.
I think my last clarifying question, I see the specification for pathway lighting, but I didn't see the location where pathway lighting will be provided.
There is pathway lighting at the on the Alameda side entrance along the path to that side entrance.
Can you tell me which sheet to look at to see that?
Sure, it should be, let's see, a 2 point. Let's see.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Paul. If you can share your screen with us, that'll be more helpful. That'll be very helpful.
Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I am not that Zoom experienced. So
I can share my screen if you want me to jump through the sheets. But if you tell me which sheet, I can also just show it.
Yeah, it's a 2.4, and they're called out as FT1s on the in drawing number 1, sort of on along the path leading to the side entrance, the Alameda side entrance.
On this view here?
Yep. So center bottom in the path leading up on the FT1s.
Am I missing this?
Nope, you're right there, centered in the center of your screen. So you were looking for the path lighting, correct?
Yes.
So do you see the symbols FT1 right in the center there?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So those will be right in the middle of the walkway?
They're right on the side to the right of the walkway. There's a planting bed
Right over
along
here?
the side. Yep.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Those are the only locations?
Those are the only locations for path lighting. Yes.
Okay, great. I think that's all I had for clarifying questions. So back to you, Chris.
Okay, so here's where we have my layperson's questions. So bear with me, applicant. Okay, so, and also Katie, because I'm sure you already are, you can just take a coffee break on these. So I just want to clarify, there's not any trim or fascia for the windows, right? It's just the windows themselves.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Just make my note there. Yes. Okay. Also, on that sheet that's right there, what is that, 3.0? Let me just get there real quick. So I just want to confirm, when we look at the renderings on that sheet, the elevation renderings below the black and white, in the north exterior elevation at the side entry there, next to the side entry on the rendering, the color renderings, it looks like there's a stucco element that captures both the entryway and 2 windows on that side. Whereas in the elevations, the black and white elevations, not quite clear. They don't match the color renderings, and I'm just
Right.
I know which one is the accurate one.
Right.
Good catch, Chris. See, you're better than you think.
Yes, and I believe the final decision on that was wood, that actually the wood trim was, or the wood siding was going to be carried into there. Is that what you remember, Greg? Did you?
My recollection is that the rendering is accurate.
The rendering is accurate. Okay, either is fine if there's a preference for one or the
Yes.
other.
I'm gonna make my note.
There is a
here.
pretty significant change in plane there. So let's just see, what is that?
And I think I believe like
That's
wrapping
stucco.
the wood around the corner, and whether that whether the window or the door wall is stucco or, oh, let's see. You're right. So
Let's
we've
see.
got
So it's
stucco.
got stucco here and stucco here. So this mass would definitely be
Yep.
stucco,
So-
and it's just a question of this back wall.
Right, we'd want to change at an interior corner that condition. So so it would be fine to be either stucco or wood.
And Greg, your understanding and your approval would be for this design, is that correct? What's reflected in the rendering rather than the black and white elevation?
I'm sorry, Katie, can you just show the black and white elevation one more time?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I hadn't appreciated what the question. I'm gonna defer to Paul. I will say that I should check with Carolyn as well. I'm comfortable with either, and so if the CDRC has a preference, that would be great.
And I think our preference would be to go stucco. It would be from my perspective.
I think my preference would be stucco too, just to balance out a little bit more stucco along with the horizontal siding.
Mhm.
So that would be that the preference would be, excuse me, to follow the rendering.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Sorry about that. Confusion.
Okay, thank you. That helps, okay. So if we can skip now to the landscape plan, which is sheet L 1.0. I'm just wondering so I see the landscape plan marked out to quote unquote the property line, but then there's 22 feet from there to the edge of the curb on the street that includes the concrete sidewalk, which I understand there may be some confusion about whether it's a county right of way or what the deal is. But from my point of view, is there's going to be at least 10, 12, 15 feet that is unlandscaped between quote unquote the property line and the concrete sidewalk. What are the plans for that zone?
Okay, well, I believe we were recommended not to indicate anything to be shown there, but we love to plan it. And we love to continue with the sort of in the vein of the types of mixed plantings that we're using, drought tolerant and native plantings.
It's my understanding from dealing with this on a project recently with Public Works. We got similar comments back on a project where they did not want us to have any landscaping. It's actually existing on the project I'm referring to. They didn't want any landscaping or fences or posts or anything in the right of way. What I ended up finding out from dealing with Vanishu and Public Works is that it is possible to have landscaping in the right of way, but you have to get there's a specific encroachment permit for that. That's basically a maintenance agreement. So what we could potentially do is to say, that the applicant would like to continue with similar drought tolerant planting in the right of way. And if they do elect to do so, that would require the appropriate encroachment permit and maintenance agreement from Public Works.
Sounds good.
W and that would require specific. What kind of permit was that? Encroachment permit?
Yeah, it's called a fence and landscape encroachment permit, and it's actually kind of like a maintenance agreement.
Okay, from county. Okay. Question to county, either to Glenn or Camille. Without this fence and landscaping encroachment permit, what does the county envision there? That there's just going to be a empty, barren strip between the nicely landscaped property and the sidewalk?
Yeah, so this is Glenn. So that area is within the right of way. So if they're proposing landscaping or improvements within the area, they will require encroachment permit. And as on the planning side, so we will need Public Works input. And now they will probably look at the proposed landscaping and determine if a encroachment permit can be issued. And they sometimes will do like site visibility analysis or site distance analysis to ensure that it's not going to block any driver's view. So yeah, so they will be up to the Public Works, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the answer to that question is when nothing is done there, it's just going to be overgrown weeds, and Public Works doesn't really do a heck of a lot of maintenance on those areas that I've seen.
Well, just to throw another monkey wrench in there, Greg and Carolyn might be interested to know that per county, they own to the middle of the median there in Alameda. So that's something
If
for you
it's been dedicated, right? It's very, very gray area. It's
It's if you want to do something, you can't do anything, but short of
kinda
wanting to
own
do
it,
something,
yeah.
that apparently it's your property that you can't do anything with.
Yeah, it depends on what you're asking about on whether or not it's your property, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I saw the landscaping plan, but I did not, maybe I missed it. I did not see an irrigation plan. So I was wondering if there's an irrigation plan for the landscaping, and is there an irrigation plan for the green roof?
So we deliberately do not have a irrigation plan for the landscaping. Our choice was to go with drought tolerant plants and just water them by hand until maturity. And the green roof, we're still working on.
Yeah, I would suggest we can capture it as a note saying that they would need to revise the landscape plan to add a note that everything will be hand watered unless, they come back with a change for that.
Okay. And Katie, do you think we need to put in some kind of note about, to present the whatever's worked out for the green roof, that will need to be included in the revised landscape plan?
I would say that, yeah, the green roof should be included in the landscape plan. Speaking from personal experience with green roofs, which is, one of those things that apparently people in this country don't do on single family homes. And I only found that out because I did it on mine. So there's basically only one company that will even provide, if you wanted prefabricated trays that are already grown, there's only one company that really will do this scale. Otherwise, it's possible they may be planning to just actually build the green roof and bring the soil up there. For our green roof, we did a sedum mix, and it was all, drought tolerant succulents essentially. So it didn't require anything other than hand watering, and it's drought tolerant. But knowing what the species is and what's going to be provided up there is probably important, because I know initially I had been looking at doing turf. So those details may be something that you need to get captured on here. I don't know if the applicant, Greg or Paul or Carolyn, if you wanted to make a selection on that now or not, but I can tell you from personal experience that drought tolerant grass, I have learned, has a root structure that goes 6 to 8 feet deep, which means it's not really something that is viable for a green roof. So if it's going to be drought tolerant, there's only certain species that really work depending on the root depth you're going for, without providing, without damaging the membrane underneath.
Yeah, I think our preference would be succulents, and that's very helpful to think of you as a resource, Katie. The other point to make is that we're still working with energy consultant on the exact location and amount of solar panels, and that will affect obviously the green roof as well.
Yeah, so I would be okay with conditioning it that it would be a sedum mix that's hand watered, if you're okay with that, Chris.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg. I appreciate that feedback.
Okay, next one. The project narrative mentions, quote, the house is one story at the front. And I just want to clarify, when I look at, we could look at maybe sheet 3.0.
Yeah, this is when I was going to try to capture that note so I don't forget.
Okay.
Okay, which sheet did you want me to go to?
3.0. Let's see, I'm going to add that as well. Sedum mix. 3.0, right. So the project narrative mentions the house is one story in the front. I just want to clarify, by saying it's one story in the front, are we talking about, if we look at the south exterior elevation there, that there's a bottom story, single story that comes out towards the property line, and then there's basically a little setback for the deck, and then the second story is set back,
right
10,
about 9. Yep.
Yeah,
that's what.
That's what's meant by one story. Okay,
Yep.
Just want to clarify that.
Yeah, you can see that in the section.
Yeah.
Walls.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I was seeing that right. Okay. Project narrative also mentions, quote, tall landscaping is provided between our front entry and the neighbors, and I believe that is on the south exterior location. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
right? Up
Yep.
here, up at the top there.
Correct.
Or there's a 6-foot redwood fence shown in the diagram there along the property, along that property line. And the tallest plants in the landscape plan are 6 feet tall. So I guess I need clarification on how these plants are tall landscaping that would provide any separation if they're only as tall as the fence that's already there.
Yeah, actually, that fence stops sort of at the front of the neighboring house. And those 6 feet grasses will provide privacy from the ground level. And other than that, and from entering and exiting there, as far as the side of the house, we've also like minimized the view with number of windows. And so once you get back to where the house is stepped back, then there's limit quite a bit of privacy there as well without landscaping from the upper levels.
Right. So I did go to the site, but I guess I didn't memorize in my head what that fence looks. So the fence, what you're saying is the fence doesn't come all the way out to the property line?
Yeah, I believe that fence stops at the front of the neighbor's house. Is that correct, Greg?
Even a little bit further back, I think.
And so the 6-foot plantings that you're planting would basically continue the fence in a natural way, or continue a boundary there in a natural way.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm sure that I don't know how I overlooked this, but I guess it's just easier to ask. What is the material of the roofing?
It's a non-reflective. I think it's a TPO.
Yeah. What is that?
What is TPO stand for?
TPO, it's kind of like a plastic membrane essentially.
Appropriate for flat and low slope roofs.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so kind of flat roof.
Is the color selection for the TPO noted somewhere?
It is, yeah, it's on that, I believe it's on the sheet. Let's see, it's on sheet A 0.3, is it on that sheet? Yeah, sort of the bottom of that sheet A 0.3.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see, just 2 more and then I'll be done. Are there any exterior lights for the hot tub? I see that sheet A 2.4 lists 2 footlights, but I guess I couldn't find footlights in the schedule of lights and materials on sheet A 0.3, or maybe I just couldn't match up what I was seeing on
Sure.
Is it this kind of a light?
It is, exactly.
Okay, and so that
Is
that into a sidewall that shines down on the ground, or is that actually in the floor?
It's into the decking of
Yep. And there would be the 2 locations there. We could scroll up a little bit. Right there, FT3, those 2 FT3s.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so those would be and those are the only lights for the hot tub?
They are the lights, and then there's also exterior downlights and
Soft.
and the top of lights there.
Okay, great, thank you. And last question, I didn't see anywhere on the rendering or the elevations, is there a lighted house number placed anywhere yet?
I do not believe that we have done that yet.
And this is one of those houses that's on the corner, which is the front, and this has 2 entryways. I know one is titled the main entryway. Would you be putting that house light on the Balboa side or on the Alameda side?
On the Balboa side.
Right. Okay. Okay, that's it for me. Okay, now, any other questions that came to mind, Katie?
No,
Okay,
we should capture though, asking them to just correct that legend on the lighting plan to say FT3 rather than just FT.
okay, just a second. Correct, update lighting plan to indicate FT3 for lights at hot tub. Is that right?
Yeah, because they call that footlight. Then there's also a step light that's listed.
Right.
Those step lights are actually interior stair lights.
Okay,
Okay.
because this one is called a step light. So we probably want to call this one a footlight
Right.
then if this is the exterior one. So we'll have that
Yeah.
correction also.
Okay.
3. Let's see.
You got those, Chris, or do you want me to note this in the set? So that
I
remember?
think, let's see, update lighting plan to indicate FT3
The
for
legend.
lights at hot tub, change title to footlight from step light. Sheet A 0.3. Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, great.
Okay. Okay, so now if there's no more clarifying questions from the committee, then we open it up for public comment. I believe there was one email correspondence that we got. And so Glenn, if we have any public comment, now is a good time for that.
Okay, so we're now open for public. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought I was on mute. So we are now opening public comments for oral communications for matter not, sorry. I read the wrong line. I'm sorry about that. So we're now opening public comments for item number 1. The public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to meeting page on the county planning webpage and forwarded to CDRC. And I will read public comments from whom are not present in this meeting. And now I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on that agenda item. I'll lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone will press star 9 to raise and I'll raise your hand. Press star 6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you are given permission to speak. And so I see here Mike Cochran has a hand raised. And okay, so I will read the comments for those who are not in this meeting right now. So I received comments from Mr. Mcmahon. He commented on the project and he's not presenting this meeting. For this reason, I'll summarize his comment letter. Ms. Mcmahon is a neighbor on Balboa Avenue, and he has reviewed the project plan, has no concerns over the proposed design on the subject property. Mr. Mcmahon further mentioned that he's pleased to see a low density development on this multi-family zone property. And I also received comments from Mr. and Mrs. Weston. They commented on the project and that they're not in this meeting right now. So in their letter, they stated that they appreciate the style and design of the house and confirmed that the proposed residence will be a great addition to the neighborhood. Okay, so those are comments that written comments are received. And then next I will allow Mr. McMahon and Mr. Cochran to speak. So Mr. Mike Cochran, I'm going to allow you to talk. So please accept this request, mute your microphone and begin speaking. And please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record. Hi, Mr. Cochran, can you please unmute yourself? Yeah, it seems like Mr. Cochran's having some technical difficulties.
I didn't know I was muted, actually. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I have a question on the, could somebody tell me the setbacks on the north and the west, please?
Sure, they're on the north side, it's 10 feet. On the west and east, it's 20 and 5 on the south.
Okay, thank you. Also, I wanted to mention that the northwest corner of the property is in my view corridor. I have a nice ocean view. And I would appreciate it if the height of the landscaping could be limited in the northwest corner, please. That was just a request. That's
We
all
can
I
do-
had.
Sure.
I'm through.
So I'm just, Mike, I'm just looking now to see what's in the northwest corner, and it looks like we have 2 to
The
4
square,
foot.
correct?
It's
We'd
right-
have
it's
something
right
that's,
in that peak area where it's that
Yep.
sharp angle.
yeah,
Those are primarily agave and.
Yeah, right there.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing that's over 4.5 feet tall at that location.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, so Mike, in looking at, if you can see the landscape plan that Katie's showing on the screen right now, with plants no larger than 6 feet in that corner, is that something that would be,
Yeah,
that you
that's
can still see
great.
through? Okay, great, excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mike, so I will change your role to attendee.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh.
Oh, I
Oh,
need to say something else.
it seemed like he was, yeah, like had a last thought there.
Oh, okay. Hi, Mr. Cochran. I just moved you back to, I just allowed you to talk. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, this is Donald McMahon. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, Donald. Give me a second. So it seems like the previous speaker has some final thoughts. So give me 1 second. I will allow you to speak.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Cochran. So you're now a panelist, so you can unmute yourself and start speaking.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble hearing. All I wanted to say was I like the house and I wanted to welcome the people to the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Good
Cochran.
comment.
Oh, hi, Mr. Donald McMahon. I saw your hand raised, so I'm going to allow you to talk. Please accept the request.
Okay, this is Donald McMahon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so we sent in that letter that recommending that this project be allowed to move forward, but I did want to comment on the south-facing landscaping that someone was questioning.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Mr. McMahon. So please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Okay, it's Donald McMahon. We live at 162 164 Avenue Balboa. And the email address is dfmcmahon@aol.com.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I just wanted to comment on the south-facing landscaping that the question came up earlier about. And I just wanted to state that we are not too concerned about that at this point, because in the conversations that we've had with Greg and Carolyn, I feel as though that we'll be able to collaborate with them on those plantings. and provide both of us with the level of privacy that we would like. So I don't find that to be an issue. And Greg and Carolyn, I look forward to you being our neighbors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mcmahon, for your comments.
Okay, and that's all I had.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I've now called upon raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item? Item number 1. If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. As a reminder for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, there are no more raised hands before this item. Please indicate you like to close public comments. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Glenn, let's go ahead and close public comment. But if we get any, if we have another hand raised while we're still discussing this, I would like to open it back up because we definitely want to hear any comments that people have. So yeah, close at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Thank you, community. Okay, so now we bring it back to the committee, which today is just Katie and I, and we discuss our concerns, if any, with the project and how to solve those concerns, if any. So I'm going to start, Katie, because I just have a couple things I want to throw kind of over the wall at you, so that you can tell me that they're not anything to worry about. And
Sounds
then,
great.
and then we can hear what's on your mind, on your side. Okay, so first is, so this is an S3R3, which uses the, average elevation of the finished slope, a point on that to determine height as opposed to point-to-point measurement. This building is well within the height limit. And my only concern is the exact lot that this is on is kind of at the point or crest of a couple different ridge lines that come together in that trapezoidal kind of shape. So I think from Mr. Cochran's property, which is, I believe, across the street and down a little bit in kind of that hollow, you can see the street goes down. The elevation drops from pretty much every point except to the northwest from that lot. So with the trapezoidal roof that sits on this point of land, Katie, do you see any issues, and especially with the way, if we look in the south exterior elevation, the way the roof line on the second floor kind of angles up, creating an optical illusion of the roof angling up? Do you anticipate any concern there about perceived mass and scale, since it sits on this high point on the corner and has a roof in that shape? Do you see any issue with that?
No, I don't really have any concern about that. I think that this is one of those instances where it would really be great if we had a story pool requirement, because it would be easy for us to see that in visiting the site and see what the mass feels like in a real life perspective. But from my experience with working with two-dimensional drawings and kind of visualizing them in a 3D way in my mind, I don't really have concerns about that. I do appreciate that that Rebecca designed it with it stepping back and easing that sort of front massing. And if anything, if this massing had been more forward, I would have been more concerned. But I don't think that this is something that worries me. I think if anything, it's going to be kind of an interesting perspective because it comes to a point and then raises visually slightly.
Right. Okay, thank you. The next one is, so at my first few minutes of looking at it, I was a bit confused about the front entry, because when I was looking at the north elevation thinking that was the front, because the garage door is there and there's a recessed entryway there with a a door with lights in it and a side light. And so it seemed like the front to me. But then as I looked at the documentation a little bit more, I realized, oh no, it says front entry over on the west side. So that's another question I have for you. Is because the entry is next to the garage on the north side and it's kind of recessed in kind of an entry presentation. Do you think there's any it introduces any confusion into the design that there's another entry over on the west side with less of an entry presentation, but is actually the main front door entry? Do you see any issues with that?
I mean, I do think that there is the potential for confusion with wayfinding. And I think that that does go back to your initial question of where would the house numbers be?
Yeah.
I'm curious, this is a bit of a clarifying question, I guess, but Greg or Paul or Carolyn, do you know if Coastside Fire commented back and did an address assignment and already dictated where the front is based on the design?
I don't believe they have designated where the address is. We've always been thinking of, the property is listed as on Balboa. So we always viewed Balboa as the front entrance and viewed the single door next to the garage as a side entrance.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they say, because that's really going to be the most important factor, is really from a life safety standpoint for the fire district knowing where to be looking for the address signage. I have a similar project that's also on a corner lot, and we had always called it based on the short end, because that's technically the front property line. And Coastside Fire assigned an address automatically on the opposite side, because that was the side that we have the address or the entrance facing. And since there's technically an entrance on both sides, they may have input in that. They might actually want there to be a number on both sides. I'm not really sure. I think that both sides do denote entry and they do both provide access. So as far as the design guidelines go, it doesn't concern me. If I were the owner or the fire district, I would probably want to be giving it some thought just from a wayfinding standpoint, so that you know where to go to greet guests and so that they know, where to be looking for the house number in the case of an emergency. But from a design guidelines standpoint, it doesn't concern me, because I do think that both architecturally are expressing that they are an access point and an entrance.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, because I've noted if we have conditions to indicate location of lighted house number. And I have on Balboa side, but I guess I will just leave it at indicate location of lighted house number, because we're not quite sure which side that's going to be on at this point.
Yeah, we know it's going to be a requirement that will come up in plan check. Yeah.
Okay.
What might be worthwhile to discuss is, if it is required at both locations, do we have any input as to where that is going to take place, where the numbers would be? And,
I mean, if it was required at how could it even be required at both locations? Because one is on Alameda and one is on Balboa. So
yeah, that's true, right? Because which house number would it be?
Yeah, they would have to pick one.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I don't really have a strong preference about where the house numbers are. So I don't think it's a concern for me personally.
Okay. I'll say based on input from what county, Coastside Fire Protection District, is that who?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, this is Camille. The applicant needs to apply for addressing formally through the building department, and then our staff works with the fire department to assign the address. But I don't actually, it's the new address for the parcel, but I don't actually think it matters where the front door is or where the letters are necessary. I mean, the numbers.
Yeah, it's sort of weird. The application that I have that's going through fire just assigned us an address without us doing an address assignment.
Oh, okay. Well, that's, I guess, perhaps in some instances, but we do also have a form that's for formal street addressing. But I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, Katie, but I don't think it matters where the numbers or the front door is. I mean, usually you have the address where the front door is. And I know that we don't regulate where the front door is. And it doesn't have to have any relationship to the street address.
Yeah, I've never been aware of any requirement. So I was surprised to see that come up on my project recently, where basically we had been calling it the the street name of the front property line, since that's defined in the building code of what is the front property line. And fire, because we had the entrance facing on the long side of the corner, fire, they actually commented on it, and it was a plan check comment to correct our drawings to include the address that they were indicating.
Not necessarily to change the front door,
Yeah, they said that it had to face that way because that's where the front door was. That's
Oh,
interesting.
whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay,
I hadn't
that is different.
seen that before, so I thought that was
Yeah.
unique.
That's different.
Okay, I've indicated that information about the house number in the notes here. And so that's it for my concerns. I just want to say that I think it's an amazing design. I think it really, personally, I would love to have this house. I showed it to my wife, who also now has house envy. I really appreciate the thought that's gone into it. And personally, I like a modern style. I like the recent proliferation of modern style being sprinkled in throughout El Granada. And I think that, as other people have commented, this house is really in line with that. And in my opinion, would be a spectacular addition to the neighborhood. So Katie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. It's very obvious that a lot of thought was put into it. And, the architects on this committee have the benefit of having reviewed enough projects and how to apply the guidelines to be able to really thoughtfully apply them to our own projects. And I think that really shows. You can see the articulation, you can see the intent of providing privacy where it's important, and of easing, the massing at a corner. I think it's a really nice design. I think it's going to be a great contribution to the community.
Did you have any, so I just have a few kind of notes about updating the landscape plan and indicating amount and location of solar panels, indicate lighted house number, update the lighting plan. Any other issues that you would like to address that maybe need to be mitigated or addressed in a set of conditions?
No, I don't think so. I was just trying to look for that site elevation showing where the package locker would be. I don't really see it, but yeah, the only thing that was kind of coming out to me a little bit, it doesn't bother me, but I was kind of wondering why we didn't see this material expressed anywhere else other than in the fascia. And that's kind of more of a personal preference thing. I do think that the design is meeting the guidelines and in a very, well executed way. But I was surprised to not see that echoed anywhere else other than, I think the garage door might also match that. So,
And the window.
so I think that does give some balance to the composition, which is really nice. And that's not really something that the committee really is supposed to be even commenting on, really, is like composition. We're really focusing on conformance with the guidelines. But yeah, I think this is a really great design, and I think that it's going to be a really fun home to live into, the top floor especially.
I know it's going to be hard for me to go by there though, because I'm just going to be like, that was my house. I want to be in that house, but okay, I'll have a tangential relationship to it. I'll just have house envy when I go by it. Hopefully, I will see it. Okay, so what I have. So Katie, I'm thinking that if the applicant chooses for a vote, that if we voted to approve, we would have the following conditions, and this is all I have right now. Applicant will continue landscape plan with similar plantings into the right of way, and will seek specific encroachment permit, fence and landscaping encroachment permit from county to do so.
I would leave that as a suggestion.
Suggestion.
Yeah, I don't want it to be something that's restrictive to them, because it is a bit out of their control. And, you might find that at the end of the project, maybe for project completion, for planning to sign off, maybe they don't have the budget right now, but they, would want to do it later. So I think it's a suggestion for me.
Okay, got it. Then I've also got revise the landscape plan to include that everything will be hand watered, the sedum mix for the rooftop, and ROW plantings if needed. Then I've got, sorry, if I could type. Then I've got green roof landscape plan should be included with the revised landscape plan. I guess that's the CETA mix.
Yeah.
Indicate amount and location of solar panels, update lighting plan to indicate FT3 for lights at hot tub, change title to footlight from step light on sheet A 0.3, and indicate location of lighted house number based on input from CFPD. Applicant needs to apply for addressing through the building department. Last thing is ask planning to confirm that the 4 foot 6 inch overhang is captured in the area plans as seen in sheet 3A 3.0.
Yeah, and then you might want to just add the note that the gas cooktop will not be permitted.
Yeah, what was it? Say that for me again.
So the gas cooktop or range is not allowed in San Mateo County anymore. So that just is something they'll need to change on the floor plan.
Okay, got it. Gas cooktop is not permitted. Update in floor plan. Okay. So those are the conditions that we'd be looking at. So now back to Carolyn.
Through the chair,
Yes,
Katie,
Beverly.
2023 implementation? Gas-
No, it was actually passed in 2020.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no gas allowed inside buildings
Right.
in San Mateo County, residential buildings. Interestingly, it seems like it is still technically based on how it's written. I think it's still allowed on site. So you could do a gas fire pit or a gas grill, is my understanding with the current code or
Okay.
ordinance. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie.
All righty, that's confusing, but okay.
I'm sure they'll correct it in the next iteration.
I'm sure they will, sure. Okay, so now to Greg and Carolyn. You've heard our discussions on it, and you can decide to either have us take a vote on whether to recommend for approval, or you can ask for continuance and continue to work on the project based on our comments, if you feel that we would not vote to recommend for approval.
No, we'd appreciate a vote.
Okay, great. Okay. I guess I'll make a motion to vote to approve, to recommend for approval this project with the conditions previously cited.
I think I've got to second it, right?
It's just the two of us, I guess so.
Yeah.
And then I guess Glenn will do the roll call.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Okay, Katie, Kodiak,
Costume.
sorry.
That's okay. Yes.
Rebecca, sorry, Rebecca is not here. Christopher Johnson,
Aye.
Beverly Garrity.
Oh, it's actually just
no,
the two of us that
just the
vote
two
on
of
it.
us. So,
Okay.
so then it is approved 2-0 with conditions as stated.
Congratulations.
Great.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, and
Appreciate it.
welcome back to the Coastside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck on your project.
Bye-bye.
So Katie, I will write up these conditions and send a draft letter to you for your review, so we can select appropriate findings. And then Glenn, I will get that letter to you tomorrow, or at the very least before Monday.
That sounds
Okay.
great. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Okay, let me close out this file. Okay, Katie, do you need a break?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Unless you need one. The break earlier was great. I actually talked the toddler to sleep, so everybody's happy right now.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice. Well done.
It's
Okay,
rare
let's
these
see.
days.
Let me pull up my files here. This is going on too. This is young. Okay.
So Beverly, I think you were gonna let Rebecca know when she can come back, right?
Correct.
Okay, great.
All right. And I've got some water right here. Okay, I'm ready to go if whenever Rebecca gets here.
Hey, Rebecca is back.
Hey, Rebecca.
Also, I could come back.
Hey, Rebecca. Congratulations, your project passed.
Now, thank you.
Yeah, nice project. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. It's
Oh, yeah, I see you're calling me. I'm here. I'm on.
okay. All right, it's 3:10, so we can move on with the next project. This is project number 2 on the regular agenda. The owner applicant are Calvin and Doris Young. File number is PLN 2020-00216. This is on Palma Street in El Granada, and the APN is 047215340. Consideration of a design review recommendation to allow the construction of a new 2,087 square foot, 3-story single-family residence with an attached 726 square foot 2-car garage on an existing 5,311 square foot undeveloped parcel. Parcel legality to be determined via certificate of compliance associated with a staff level grading permit. The project involves removal of 6 trees and 590 cubic yards of grading, 570 cubic yards of cut, 20 cubic yards of fill. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the design review and grading permit after March 10, 2022. Application deemed complete February 4, 2022, and the project planner is Glenn Gia. Okay, my name again is Chris Johnson. I'm the community representative for El Granada. I'll be chairing this hearing, and with me are our 2 architects this time. We have a full committee for this project. Katie Kostick and Rebecca Katkin are the 2 licensed architects who round out this committee. Okay, so hello. All right, so if we have Calvin and Doris, are you here?
Yeah, Doris is here and the architect is here, so I invite him to speak. And,
Right. At this point, I would invite either Doris or the architect. Is this Maria?
Mireya?
Yeah, Maria.
Yeah.
Maria? Either of you.
Who's on your team so I can unmute them? Hi, Ms. Garcia. Can you hear us? Can you please unmute yourself? I asked if there's other people on your team so I can unmute them so they can join this meeting and start speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear a big echo.
Doris and Calvin are here. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. And now, if I remember correctly, Richard is also on your design team, right?
Correct.
Yes.
He said he would
And
be
David.
attending. And David Goswick, yes.
Okay, I'll allow them to talk. Please join this meeting. Please accept the invite. Okay, I think we have everyone here.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. So at this point, if somebody on the applicant team would like to give a high-level overview of the project, that would be great.
Well, can you hear me? Huge echo.
Yeah, we can hear you, Ms. Garcia, but you sound a little far away, and there's some echo.
Is it possible to unmute Christopher Fan?
Oh, sorry, can you say that again, please?
Is it possible to unmute Christopher Fan?
Unmute whom?
Chris Fan?
Chris? Okay. Yeah, I just did. Chris, please accept the invite.
Hi, this is Chris with Liam Brace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I also hear a big echo from your side, and you sound a little far away.
Very muffled.
Yeah, please check your microphone, please.
Hi, Glenn. Can you hear me?
It's very difficult to hear. appears that the applicants, they're having some technical difficulties, so let's give them a few minutes to figure that out. And now Chris and Maria, now if you have to some like issues or glitches that now I may.
Chris, are you having sound issues too from Glenn?
Yeah.
Glenn, you're making some weird sounds now too. Everybody's having problems.
Some really weird sounds. Yeah.
This is a test from David Goswick. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
David, you sound great.
Yes, that's very clear.
Me, this is Richard Goswick.
You sound good, Richard.
So is it possible for David or Richard to be the ones to present to get us going on this?
Oh, we really wanted Chris Vaughn and his team to present, but let's see.
They're with Liam Braze, correct?
Correct.
Yes, they're Liam
Right.
Braze.
Okay, so are they the ones that designed this project? Because they're civil engineers, right?
They're the civil engineer. Yes. The architect and structural engineer wasn't able to be on this call.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
But he has provided direction for Chris and Maria. Can Maria and Chris, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Mireya. Can you hear me?
Better.
Yes, it's better.
Yeah, okay. Good. So yes, we are the civils for the LMB is the civils engineers for the project at 535 Palma. We can help answer any questions to the best of our ability. But as Richard, or I'm not sure if it was Richard or David that said that the architect was not able to join us.
But we are prepared to chime in. So please.
Okay, so could one of the team give us, like a 30,000 foot overview of the project?
Richard, can you give the overview of the project?
Yeah, you have the details on the application that you have as far as the square footage, so I won't repeat that, but it's kind of a modified Craftsman floor plan, 2 stories with a front entry attached garage. And we've designed it, or had the architect designed it where it fits in the neighborhood as far as style goes. I'm not used to making presentations like this, so I don't know where to go before that. Does have porches off the front and about, meets all the guidelines of the neighborhood. We do have some tree removals. Some of the challenges on this property is it had a rather steep grade, particularly the 10 to 12 feet from the street, has a very steep grade, which is why we had to do some of the dirt work that had to be accomplished in this to get the property usable.
Okay. All right. So now, now the committee will ask the applicants clarifying questions to get more information. If there's something we're not clear about, or something we want to learn more about on the project, that's what this portion of the hearing is for. And so I started with Katie last time, so I'll start with Rebecca this time. Rebecca, do you have any clarifying questions that you want to ask the applicant?
I do have just a couple, but do we not have the architect on? Do we just have the civil engineer?
Sounds like the architect is not available.
Okay. Well, we'll see. So looking at the sheet A500.1, which is the material callouts.
Could I ask either Katie or Rebecca for you to screen share? I think that's always the easiest when we're going to a sheet.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Katie. So if you keep scrolling down, I think it's maybe
You said
page 8.
500.1.
Yeah, it's well.
Do you know
it's-
the page number,
I was just looking, well. let
like
me-
down at the bottom of the PDF?
Yeah, let me unfull
Oh, there we
screen.
go. I see
There it
it.
was.
Yeah.
It was. You had it.
Okay.
Yeah,
There it is.
okay, here. So I guess the first question that I had was just to confirm, it looks like we have lap siding and we have shingle siding, but they're both the same color, and then they're that mist gray. And
Very-
then the
It's
trim,
very similar.
and then
Uh-huh.
the trim is the only accent. Is the trim this dark gray, or the trim is white?
Yeah, Arctic white.
Okay.
Quite.
So it's two different textures of gray, but they're the same color.
Yep.
Yep.
And the reference image, which benefits from being on a flat lot, has some copper accents, but I didn't see that anywhere else in the material palette. Are there copper accents?
No, they're not.
Okay. Okay. I'm still trying to, let me take you off full screen on myself so I can look at my other questions.
Do you wanna drive, Rebecca, while you're going through your questions?
No, that's okay. I'm toggling onto another side view. I also just wanted, and maybe this is a question for the planner. I just wanted to check on the way that grade is measured, and I'm on the section view A550 now. I see that there's these big red lines that show the line of the average site grade. So I just wanted to check and make sure, because the front face looks much taller.
Yeah, this was actually something, I don't think that this is necessarily a clarifying question. I think this is something we'll have to dig into because it's not being demonstrated sufficiently, in my opinion. And so I think we could probably talk about this one.
Okay, I think I was just gonna ask the planner if
But
staff
yeah, this
had
one is not
already
supposed to be
confirmed.
average grade. It's supposed to be natural grade, but they called out down here average grade and they had this explanation.
Yeah, and I mean, the red line, I do know the site, and that does look like the natural grade to me. But I just wasn't sure if there's any cap on the amount of excavation, that's permitted, or if this is totally kosher. If the staff wants to weigh in on that.
Yeah, so this we assigned to me from now.
Glenn, we're having some big problems with your sound.
Okay, so I'm going to log back in.
He's gonna log out and log back in.
So Rebecca, what I can tell you about that, just from my experience with S17, because our house is buried into the hillside similar to this one,
right?
Is that you've got the line of natural grade, and then you can excavate down as much as you want to, and then it just basically triggers grading permits depending on the quantities that are being graded.
Okay.
So I think this one is they said it was a staff level grading permit in the agenda description.
Okay. And then let me just go back. And then do we have a call out for is the retaining there CMU, and do we have a color on that?
I think I saw it on, where did I see it? Maybe it was just on the section that it was called out as CMU.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like CMU, but I didn't see it on the sheet that has the other materials. So I don't know if
Yeah, I think
Mr.
the only
Arpino,
place
what
that
color
we'll
it is?
probably see it exposed, I think we'll see it exposed out here and here.
at the driveway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like to know if that's painted or if it's a certain color. It is called out as concrete light gray, but if
Oh
we
yeah,
could
this
get
is
any more
actually saying
detail on that.
exposed. I thought that was gonna be shingle actually graphically, but it's not. Is that something that someone on the design team is able to answer? It just says CMU natural.
And then light gray, yeah, so, I mean, I think we can move on if we don't have someone on the design team able to answer that, but those were my questions. I mean, I kind of have one other question, but I think it's maybe more appropriate to save later for discussion, which is around the circle window, which I don't know if Paul is still online, but I'm notorious for loving circle windows. But there is a circle window at the rear that is off center of the gable. And I'm just wondering if there's an alignment on the interior that that's picking up, or if there's a reason why it's not centered on the gable, basically.
Having a hard time understanding you, but I think what your question is the window from the aesthetics view from the rear of the house.
Yeah, okay, so it's centered over that tub, is that?
Yeah, looks like it.
All right, okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I think that's it for my clarifying questions.
Okay. Katie.
I took a lot of notes when I was reviewing this one, so I'm going to try to capture all the ones that are clarifying questions. This is more of a comment for the applicant. I saw on pages 1 and 2 references to City of Half Moon Bay. And I wanted to make sure that the architect is notified that this is, I mean, I'm sure they know from doing the application, but correcting it on the drawings that this is San Mateo County and it's not city. Some of my clarifications got answered more as I went through the project set, but when I was looking at these initial, actually on page 3, the setbacks were not called out on here. There's no project data here giving me any information on the areas and how it's complying. So that was concerning to me, but the setbacks, this is the only one that was called out as a 20-foot setback line at the front. And it wasn't until I got down into the civil drawings that I started seeing the other setbacks. So it looks like the intent is a 7.5-foot setback on each side. I wanted to confirm that that's correct.
I believe it's 7.5 foot on the other side also.
Yes, that's correct. It's the 7.5 foot.
Okay, and then is this supposed to be representing a 20-foot rear setback?
Give me 1 second. Yes.
Okay, so that just graphically, I think, you know, should be captured on the site plan and not only on civil drawings. Okay, let's see. Just this is another consistency issue, but this landscaping and hardscaping plan is in conflict with, you know, at the very end of this 32-page set, there's a landscape sheet, but I saw this one and it was talking about recommended plants and recommended trees and recommended design guidance, but there was no layout shown here. So I don't know that there's a lot of benefit to this sheet, but it's kind of providing a disconnect.
Yeah.
So this is something that I would suggest needs to be taken out of the set.
I agree.
Let's see, we have the same issue as the previous project. There's no gas allowed, so the gas fireplace will not be permitted as gas. So that's going to need to be changed to an electric fireplace or no fireplace.
Okay.
We'll talk about that in a bit because there's a protrusion that I wanted clarified. Well, I guess I can ask the clarifying question now. This is obviously showing up on the wrong plan. I know that the fireplace isn't in the garage, but up here, it looks like it's intended to be flush with the interior wall, and you can see it kind of poking out a bit on the exterior. And so when I look at the elevations, you're basically seeing that firebox. Oh, where did it go? Maybe it was on another drawing. There it is.
Right.
And so that is something that probably needs some thought as to having it be captured, and at least if nothing else wrapped in, you know, having a wall with some siding around it. And then if that's the case and it does stick out, just making sure that that's not going to be an issue with the clearances. If it's a 7.5 foot setback, it's probably okay, but I think a wall would need to be around that. So that's just some coordination, but I wanted to mention that. Okay, let's see. Can you tell me what the overhang is on the side roof? That's what the roof plan. Can you tell me what the overhang is on this roof? Like how deep is that eve? And that might not be something that can be answered without the architect here.
I don't know that right offhand.
Okay, so that'll,
It's
you know,
4 feet.
coordinate
I
with.
believe it's 4 feet.
Okay, so there's going to be some area confirmations that I think are going to be needed for this project. These area plans, they don't actually show me total areas anywhere. And again, that goes back to having no project data shown anywhere. But my impression from doing a quick takeoff on this is that all of these areas are measured to the inside face of wall, which is sort of a factor of the software, and not to the outside face of the wall, which is how areas are measured. So I don't know, I have no idea if this project meets the area requirements for the zoning. So I don't know if the project planner can talk to us about that. And I think this one might have been Glenn. I don't know if Glenn came back. I don't think he's
Sorry,
here.
our project planner was Ramel.
Oh, it was Ramel. Okay.
Yeah, he's no longer here. So Glenn was just jumped into this project.
Yeah, okay, so that's a big problem for me, just from a reviewing standpoint, is that we, you know, obviously the committee oftentimes does double check some of the planning reviews, and we find issues sometimes because, you know, we're all human and they're reviewing a ton of projects. So this project, I have concerns about what the areas are and if it is meeting the zoning requirements, and the way that it's demonstrated so far, if this is how the areas were calculated, I don't think that it's accurate. But there's no area schedule that's provided. So, so that was something on my list. In relation to that, also bay windows do count as area. It doesn't look like that area is being counted. Let's see. I had a similar question about the average grade versus natural grade and how that was called out and how it's measured. So we'll get into that a bit more with discussion, I think. But I think my last clarifying question is down in civil. There's a sidewalk that's shown. Let's see what sheet I need to be on. So this one, sheet C-2.0 is showing a 3-foot sidewalk in the right of way. And I just had a question about if that was something that Public Works had asked for or not, because my understanding from working with them on other projects is that if there is a sidewalk already there, that it needs to be continued, but it looks like the sidewalk is only on the opposite side of the street and there's nothing over here.
That's correct.
So there's nothing it would be connecting to. Did Public Works ask for that?
Yes,
Yes, we
this is
did.
Chris. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can hear
Is
you.
it better now? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little audio problem earlier. This is Chris with Lee Embrace Engineering with the civil. And for the sidewalk, yes, this is required from the DPW. When we started this project, we did meet with Diana Shu and Alan on the DPW side to talk about the improvement in the front, the sidewalk, how the grade was set. And so that is built into the civil plan. So the sidewalk is part of that coordination with the Public Works.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I have for clarifying questions. I know that was kind of a lot. So back to you, Chris.
Chris, I think you're still on mute.
Thank you. Trying to decide whether I have clarifying questions or they're more of concerns. I guess one clarifying question I have is on the elevations sheet, which is, I'm having a problem with my scrolling. It's taking a long time. 1 second here. If I get to the elevation sheet.
I think I've got it shown too.
Okay, yeah, if you could show. Yeah, A500. Are the elevation directions indicated anywhere or front or left or north or south? Because I was trying to write in my notes where that firebox was, and I was trying to find what side of elevation am I looking at here? Am I missing it or are they not there?
It doesn't look like it's there.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Okay, all right, let's see. So if we could go to, let's see, what sheet was that in? I guess we can go to the Oh, the rendering. If we could go to the rendering. This front walkway, if we look in the lower left picture here compared to the upper left picture, I'm not clear on what's happening on the side here past the front door. On the lower left picture, it looks like there's a gate there and it just stops. But if we go to the upper right picture, oh, I guess that's not the one I was thinking of. Oh yeah, here in that main picture, you can see it looks like it actually comes up to the landing and then like goes down the other side. And I think if we look at the plans as well, oh, there's one right there. There, it shows it coming down the other side, but also a tree right in the middle. So it's not clear to me also where would it be going if stairs came down there. So I guess I'm looking for clarification. Is there a railing and the stairs end and turn left into the front entryway, or do they come to a landing and then come back down to the side of the house? And then where does it go from there?
It just goes into the yard and to the ground level on the backside. But yes, the landing comes up so you can go to the front porch and the front entry. But yes, there's a railing and steps. If you can see, there's like 6 steps going back down on the towards the rear of the house.
Is there, but there's not a railing or gate across at the landing at the entry before you go back down the 6 steps into the side yard?
No.
Okay, so there's no railing there. Okay, so that is shown in one of the renderings. Okay. And there's not an actual path over there. It's just ground cover, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Can I piggyback on that question a little bit?
Sure.
I'm just wondering because I know that this site is dealing with such an extreme slope. If someone from the design team can talk about the decision to set that main floor plate 6 steps above grade. Because it looks like there's already some small retaining walls at the rear in order to capture that backyard space. And it looks to me that there's a slope up to the driveway. So I'm just kind of curious about the thinking behind that elevation.
Yeah, this is Chris with Lee and Brace. If I may comment on the civil side on the grading of the driveway, and the driveway has the same slope. And it is because that, you know, when we met with the DPW, there's a certain way that the back of walk will need to be set in elevation relative to the center light grade. And we did bring up that there was no sidewalk, no existing sidewalk. So does that still apply? And the DPW confirmed that, yes, we need to set up the sidewalk pretty low compared to existing grade right now in relative to the center line of the street. And that basically set the whole building elevation down. So that's why it's a bit lower on site than we would like.
So this diagram you're showing shows an 11% slope down, right? Sort of where Katie's mouse is. Oh no, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
that's correct. Are you asking why they didn't bury the house more?
Yes. Yeah.
And if we bury the house more, then we just create more cut on the side, and we just more earthwork to take out. So we try to balance, because the hut side on the hillside, so it's kind of step, and we try to balance as much as we can, and we hit the constraint where we conform to the street, and we try to get the driveway go up to catch up with the grade, but not too much, so that the car was great. So that's how this was set.
Okay, but and then the plate height in the garage is 11 foot 11.
The plate height,
on A500 elevation views, it's called out on the left there. Let's see, garage slab, garage ceiling. I can do the math.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
34.
It's dimensioned here.
Yeah, it's 11. Well, I mean, we can come to this one in discussion. I think you've explained what the thinking was. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I think most of my questions are gonna fall into the concerns area. So I think that's it for my questions. The rest of them will be more of a discussion. So if there's no other clarifying questions, we can open it up to public comment.
Can you hear me okay now?
No, you're still bad. Sorry, I didn't mean you're bad, but your sound is bad.
I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to use it.
Okay. I do have one more clarifying question.
Okay.
Where is there's only one section shown, and to be honest, this project needs more than one section, but it's not shown where that's cut on the floor plan. Do you happen to know where it's cut? Anybody?
No, but let me look at it while we're waiting for Glenn to come back.
If you go on the section that you mentioned, I wonder if I can.
Like, is this being cut at the ridge?
It says cut at roof peak. So that kind of, yeah, look down there, building section at roof peak. I guess that is at ridge.
Okay, well, we'll get into that again. We'll sort of back to that in discussion. Okay, Chris, back to you.
Okay.
Well, I guess if we're going to open up to public, though, we can't do it without Glenn, right?
Yeah. Oh, I think he's signing out and signing back in.
Yeah, I think so. It'd almost be better if he just called in.
Janet?
Yeah, I can help you with public comment.
Please.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Great.
No problem. And
Thank
then
you.
this is item number 2, correct?
Yep.
So we're now opening public comment for item number 2. If your hand is raised, your name will be called. Let's see. I don't see anybody with their hand raised, Chair, at this point.
Okay, I do have a letter that Glenn forwarded us, and since he's not unable to communicate with us right now, I can read this letter real quick into the record. So this is from Devin Squaglia. And Devin writes, I'm writing in response to the letter I received about this meeting. And it's really addressing construction times. And so he's saying there's a house under construction for me up the street on Alameda. They start work sometimes before 8 and as well as weekends. My request for the new homes, please respect your neighbors and conduct your work during legal hours after 8 a.m. Please, no construction on weekends. I live from home and it's noisy enough with PG&E work, new home construction, tree trimming, etc. I'd appreciate some peace and quiet in the mornings each weekends to catch up on my sleep. I hear that, Devin. So I believe that as part of each packet, there is each plans packet, there is information about erosion control and also construction logistics. And I believe that Katie has brought up the county's noise ordinance, which says that work can go from 7 to 6 on weekdays and 9 to 5 on Saturdays. So Devin has point taken on weekends, but it sounds like on weekdays, unfortunately for Devin, they can start as early as 7 a.m. All right, that is the only piece of correspondence I have. Janeth, I guess if we don't have any other hands raised, we'll close public comment at this time. But if a hand is raised while we're still on this project, I would like to open it back up and hear from that person.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh,
Great,
hi,
great.
this is Glenn. I'm back. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
he's back.
Yeah, that's
Glenn.
much
Yeah.
better.
Okay, I changed to a different computer. So
Sounds great.
public comments. I also received 2 other comments from 2 other parties. So I don't think they are here, and I don't see any hand raised. So I'll read those comments for the comment providers. So next comment is from the Mid-Coast Community Council. They commented on item number 2, and they're not here in this meeting. So for this reason, I'm going to read the comments for them. The Mid-Coast Community Council requested that the committee comment on the massing of the proposed residence and the necessity of the proposed grading. So those are their comments and suggestions. And the next comment is from an adjacent neighbor who commented on this project anonymously. He's concerned that the proposed house will impact the privacy of the master bedroom and the backyard, and is also concerned with the 3-story design. So those are all the comments I received.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So the two, I think I've already forgot the two concerns raised in the letters that Glenn brought about. The MCC is concerned about massing and grading, and the second letter was concerned about privacy as it relates to I believe, the height of the structure.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Glenn, since you're here, I need to circle back on a clarifying question.
Yeah.
I know you took over this project from Ramel. This is the only demonstration of area plans that I saw, and there's no project data that's presented. So we don't see what the allowable or proposed lot coverage is. We don't see the allowable or proposed floor area. Was that information included in the application and it's not in our drawing sets?
Okay, I will need to double check in the background, and now I can circle back with you.
Okay, that sounds good. If this is
Can
the
I-
area, go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is Mireya with Liam Braze. I'm looking at sheet A050, A50 site plan. I think on the top right corner, it has the level building
Okay,
floor
great,
area.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad that we're seeing what is allowable and proposed. Typically what we see is area diagrams with little blocks that are actually measured and dimensioned to the outside face of the wall. And my concern is that this is the only area plan that I see in the project, and there's no area schedule. You see the areas that are shown, but these look like they're being measured to the inside face of the room. So for instance, this laundry room says 62 square feet, and I know that I know this software, and I know that that's how it measures rooms. And this is a room schedule and not an area schedule. So all of these areas are not a good reflection of the actual floor area as defined by the zoning ordinance. So I do have concerns about whether or not the area of this project is going to be compliant.
It's my understanding that he took the measurements on the outside. It's just how it was colored in on the diagram, but we can come back on that and follow up on that.
Okay. Yeah, and then there's elements that, you know, this bay window protrusion does count as floor area and lot coverage. These roofs, I don't know if it has to exceed 4 feet to count as area, or if it is 4 feet and over, but if these are 4 feet, they may or may not be counting, particularly this one, because this would be measured at the recess here at the mudroom. So there is an attention to how the area plans are being done that needs to be reviewed with planning.
Okay.
Okay, so we can go back. Sorry, Glenn, to jump back to that, but you weren't with us when I had been asking that clarifying question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So now we'll get into discussing any concerns we might have with the project. I think I'll just jump in and, like I did last time, kind of just throw mine out there, because I have a feeling that Katie and Rebecca will either resolve those concerns or fold them into maybe concerns that they might have as well with more detailed discussion. So I'll go ahead and start. So a couple concerns I have. I'll start with some easy ones. The exterior lighting, location, and fixtures are confusing to me. I don't feel like there's a document at the end, a sheet at the end that purports to lay out the exterior lighting, but it doesn't match the elevations and the renderings as far as I could determine. And I'm just not, I don't have any cut sheets for the exterior light, so I would need more information about the exterior lighting. I would ask that the locations match this sheet, the locations presented on this sheet match the renderings and the elevations as well, and that those be clarified. So that's one concern I have. Rebecca likes the circular windows. I guess I've got some concern about that with relation to the other openings and forms in this structure, but that's just a personal concern. Another concern I have is I understand the topographical considerations of this site. However, I have concerns about the long stairway with the jag in it and the railings. To me, that's a very I'm not sure. I feel like a more elegant solution could be provided there, and to me it's distracting from the overall visual presence of the house to have this long kind of winding staircase going up with all of those railings and whatnot. So that's a concern for me. Another concern is excuse me. To me, the house feels extremely busy. We've got railings, long windows, round windows, pillars, lap siding, shingles, and arbor, long stairs with railings, 3 gabled pillared entries. That's a lot of stuff going on. And I feel like it becomes a bit confusing to my eye, at least. So that's something that I would want to talk about. The railings that are on the stairs wrapping around the front of the house and at the upper balcony at the front, I think add to kind of the cluttered appearance for me. The landscape plan seems a little overly busy. It seems like a classic landscape plan that I've seen before where there's way too many trees, that they're just packed in there together. And when those trees reach maturity, you're going to end up having to cut out like 2 out of every 3 trees or something. So yeah, yes, that line up there, and also the bottom line too. So that's a concern. And I guess my white trim with white windows on gray body, not enough contrast. I think Rebecca mentioned that, or maybe it was Katie. And then I guess my main concern, something that's really, I guess, troubling me when I look at this design is I guess I don't understand why there are 3 what look to be gabled entries with pillars, 2 of which are on the sides of the house, which there's not going to be, one of which looks into the patio on the house next door. And the other one looks into a tall fence because there's 2 ADUs right behind the fence. And so I guess I'm just not understanding either the design purpose or the functional purpose of these side entries with gabled roof and pillars. So those are my large level concerns with the design. And I will pass this on to, let's go with Rebecca.
Sure, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Chris, I share a lot of your concerns, and I do personally like a circular window under a gable. It's something I've used on some of my projects, but I also think that it's a very specific kind of move, and I think that it works when it's well integrated with the rest of the architecture. It troubles me a little bit the way that it's off center on the rear. I think there is a circle window on the front above the entry that is that's centered under the gable, and that kind of makes more sense to me if that's a motif that can be deployed. But I agree with you, there are a lot of different styles here, and in this case the circle may be one too many. I share your concern around the long staircase. I'm curious about whether this project slope is enough that it qualified for an exemption that would allow the garage to be inside the front setback, because it is kind of a challenging and steep site, but it really feels to me like a coastal craftsman house that kind of largely comports with the guidelines stuck on top of the garage level, which doesn't feel particularly integrated. Thanks, Katie. I think it's 1 and 6 or 1 and 7, so we'd have to look at the section, and I don't know that we know exactly what the slope is there in the front, but I
They
think
actually did comment on the slope and the average slope did not hit 30%. I was just
not,
gonna
okay,
say,
yeah.
the zero, let's see, in an area where it's combined, the minimum side yard setback, that's side yard. Where's the 0 yard front yard setback? Am I looking right at it?
I may have it on another project where it was applicable. Let me see if I can pull that up. I mean, anyway,
if
it's
any of
not
the
what they've
planners can
chosen.
jump in on that one,
Yeah.
that would be helpful.
It's not what they've chosen to do, but I wonder if that might have, you know, led down a path that would have some less of these concerns, because the big cutout of that CMU wall, I think, will be pretty visible from the street. When the lot, okay, here it is. When the slope of the front half of the lot is greater than 1 foot rise or fall in a distance of 7 feet from the established street elevation of the property line, or where the elevation of the lot at the street line is 5 feet or more above or below the established street elevation, a garage or carport may be built to the front lot line. I mean, it's not the design we're looking at here. But I think that if the garage were closer,
it would reduce the grading
street, it would, yeah, it might reduce
exponentially.
some of those issues. And I understand that there's cut and fill to be balanced, but having a 12-foot almost plate on the garage just pushes the house up. I feel like my brother used to live across the streets, which is downslope from here, and the ocean views were amazing. I'm sure the ocean views up here are amazing, and the higher you get, the better the views are. But it doesn't feel like this house is kind of riding the slope or hugging the slope or trying to kind of like step up with it. It feels like it's kind of maximally tall to gain those views. And just picking up on some of Chris's points, I feel like the house does a good job of creating, you know, primary and secondary roof forms and facade articulation. And in a lot of ways, those little roofs on the side feel like they are meeting the guidelines, but I do think that there's sufficient articulation that they're not necessary to do that. And I agree with you that the columns make like more of them than is necessary and make them feel more like primary entrances. I also feel like there's not sufficient contrast in the palette. I think, I don't know, yeah, I would maybe hand it over to Katie now and just have some more general. I feel like there's a part of the house that I feel like is quite close, but then there's these bigger site issues that do concern me.
Yeah, thanks. I think that last statement you made is a good summary of this project in its current state. I think that I agree completely that the primary and secondary roof forms, that guideline is being met, the articulation is being provided. But I do have big concerns about how the project is cited. I don't think that it's blending into the topography. I do think that we're wasting all sorts of grading over here and then saying that we're pushing the house up to avoid grading. So I don't really think that makes sense. These roofs, I think a better way that those could be articulated in a design style that still works with this sort of, you know, craftsman feel would be just like a shed roof with little brackets on both sides. And I think that would be a very easy fix for those if that was all we were looking at. I agree with Chris that this is all very busy. It's a lot of railing. And if anything, finding a way to build these in, which is obviously more grading, but again, the grading is something that I think is going to be addressed with some of these other issues. But I think if this was built in and you could even utilize that retaining wall as, you know, a handrail, and then you don't even have to have a railing on that side. So there's definitely ways to do that and reduce how busy this is. They could even opt to have some solid parts of this to reduce the amount of, you know, vertical pickets. But overall, I do have questions about whether or not the areas really are going to be compliant on this project, and that might go back to some of the massing that the MCC was concerned about. But I think that this does need to be buried into the hillside more, and it needs to be stepping up the hillside. The massing is not following the topography, and that's a very big picture issue. In addition to that, I was trying to look at, let's see if I can figure out a good view. So none of these are showing us the dashed line representing existing grade and how it interacts with the house, or the line demonstrating on each of those elevations where the 28 feet is measured up from there. That's something that I think should have been a comment before this came to us. This section that's cutting through, presumably at the ridge, is showing that at the center of the house, they're showing it at almost 136 feet right here as the natural grade. When I looked at the site plan, it looked like it's more around 132. So I think we've got like a 4-foot difference already, because when I was looking at, let's see, I don't know if I can see one that has the roof plan, because the roof plan doesn't have any of the topography.
Looking at the angle on the topo, I mean, it's possible that it's 136 at the center there, because you see, yeah, but they
well, it's right here. This this contour, I think, was 132.
Oh, already it's that.
So here's one. This is 24. So that'd be 26, 28, 30. So that's 132. And then that would be 134. So if anything, it's 133 at best. And if that's assuming that this is where the transition between the roof is. So I don't think that the heights that were being shown are accurate. I think that we need a lot more sections. This is obviously done in Revit. They have the ability to cut a bazillion sections very easily. So I think that, you know, there's just a lot of missing information for me, but big picture, I think the massing is not meeting one of the most critical site planning criteria. And if the garage could be pushed up, you know, I'm sure Lee and Braze could determine if they've got the 1 in 7 slope to push the garage up and have a 0 setback, and just reducing the plate height and burying the house a little bit, not having these, you know, these are almost flush. This should be stepping back from this if we're going to be following natural grade.
Yeah,
so
there's like a little bit of stepping at the entry, but
yeah, it's really not much.
Not much.
Yeah, so I think that it would be a disservice to everybody if we spent a lot more time digging into the detail on something that I think is going to need some big brush changes.
Okay. So let's see if we can craft some language here, because I hear what you're saying. Like, it's kind of less of like, okay, you know, take these pillars out here and put a shed roof here, more in terms of like larger discussions of siding of the house, height of the house, and how much the house is, how much grading and stepping up and stepping down. So like really kind of the first couple sections of the guide, which are house placement, siding, massing, and things like that, as opposed to later sections of the guide, facade articulation, roof elements, entries and stuff. So what would okay, so here's, I'll just list out some things I've got right now, and then we can add more specific useful language for the applicant here. So just a couple of notes I have. I've got demonstration of area plans needed, provide an area schedule. I've got call out setbacks on the site plan in addition to the ones that are on the civil drawings. I've got remove sheet A055 from the project set. Got remove the gas fireplace from the floor plan and redesign the firebox. Identify directions on locations. Provide more contrast in the color and in the color/materials palette.
Yeah, and along those lines, I do want to mention that I agree with Rebecca that the CMU block is not a material that really exposed goes with this style of architecture. I don't think that leaving that exposed down here is aesthetically the right move.
Okay, so revise material or the color of it?
Material.
Revise material for retaining walls.
And I think probably some language around coordinating the elevation and section to the topographical plan to demonstrate to better demonstrate the actual height of the structure.
Yeah, I think that for this project, we would want the same thing that we requested of a very complicated steep slope project. I forget the street that it was on. It was the low slope part was on Del Monte. I don't know if you guys remember that one, but we basically, it was all hand drafted and we said, look, you need to overlay the roof plan over the site plan and identify what the grade elevation is under each of those roof points. Because that's, without cutting a bazillion sections, that's the best way to evaluate if the massing is meeting the height requirement.
Katie, was that the project that was being designed on an existing foundation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. See language. Okay.
And then, you know, maybe we can also have some language in there around adding more contrast to the palette and reducing the busyness of the palette of the I don't know, of the exterior with regard to the pickets and columns and ornamental details.
Yep. Okay. Okay, what do we want to say about all right, so I'm just trying to think of things that we called out. What do we want to say about the long stairway in the front? Is this something that goes into larger discussion of site placement and stepping down, or do we need to call out the stairway specifically?
I mean, I would say, if anything, I would say revise layout of the entry stairs. Like, this could be a more compact footprint so that it's not as visible. They could be entering from the driveway.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, or they could be cutting into the landscape, as Katie said before, and in a way that didn't require railings everywhere.
Okay, so I've got revised layout of the entry stairs to create a more compact footprint. Okay. And this will be draft language that I will then send to you in a draft letter, Katie and Rebecca, and we can further massage the language. Okay, what about the site placement and the stepping down?
I mean, I think this is the most important point, and that we should probably put it at the fore. It's good to include the smaller things so that they have a better chance of being able to address everything.
Yeah.
But, I would probably want to take a look through the guidelines to find just the right language, but in general, I think, well, let me just pull them up.
Yeah, there's the, you know, stepping up the site and following the natural topography. So I don't think that the top floor is offset enough. Each floor would need to be offset some. And then, you know, we're not really seeing the second story pulling in on either side either from a massing standpoint. So that's not really meeting the regular, the guideline for second stories either. It's coming in a little bit at the back, but you know, this side is where we have the smallest setback, and that's going to make the house appear the most massive and more wide.
I mean, integrate structures with a natural setting, 65-65-20C is one right up there. And then on page 5, there's like one of those gray boxes in the standards with standards for grading. Result in the finished grade beyond the structure that is similar to existing.
Yeah, I think those are the biggest things that are going to really have a big ripple effect. The site placement, stepping it up the to follow the topography, and pulling in the second floor. Those are going to change the massing, and it's going to ripple through everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably something under building mass, shape, and scale also that we could reference. Actually, the diagram on page 11 is pretty relevant.
Yeah, so we'll make sure that we, capture each specific section that needs attention.
What did you say about the second floor, Rebecca?
Oh,
Or
I think Katie was talking about the second floor stepping in, which we'll
Yeah,
probably
it's stepping in
talk
a
about
little bit at the
few
back
times
and
today.
very, very slightly at the front, but the sides aren't stepping in, and that's really giving it quite the massive appearance.
Okay.
I mean, it feels to me like there's moves that have been made that suggest to me that the design team kind of like knows how to respond to this. Like they're kind of getting it at the entry. But it almost, I mean, it almost feels like, yeah, the house just doesn't, it's just not talking back to the site.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be buried into the site a bit more, like reducing the plate height would make a big difference at the garage. And that might solve the concerns, because honestly, I don't think that this is going to meet the height requirement once they actually look at it in more detail based on what I saw with the topo.
Okay, so I've got a bunch of notes here that I'll try to formulate and send you some kind of coherent letter tomorrow, but bury home into the site more, reduce height, plate heights, offset each floor to step up the natural grade, provide setbacks on side elevations, or step in sides on second floor to reduce massing. I also have a revised landscape plan to be less busy and more organic with fewer trees.
I mean, look at the height of this. Yeah.
Did we want to say anything about the gabled side entries? Suggest shed roof or some kind of more general language, or are you guys okay with the side entries?
I think something more general about sort of allowing the front entrance to read more clearly as entry and playing down the side entries possibly. Again, I feel like the language is like ornamental details kind of.
Yeah,
like
I don't want to get too
ornamental
prescriptive.
details.
Yeah.
Reduce ornamental details or something.
You could suggest incorporate some shed roofs to reduce the volume of the massing. I don't know if we want to say it specifically with, relation to that, but this gable that goes the whole width of the house, even if there was a gable here and this was a shed roof or something, like they could reduce the mass in a lot of different ways.
Yep. Okay. Got it. Yeah, that's what I'm definitely looking for, is like general language that gives them leeway.
Yeah, you could just say consider, secondary alternate roof forms to reduce massing. But yeah, we can hammer out the exact language.
Okay. Anything else that you think we should include in our notes here?
I think that covers the big stuff. Make sure, did you capture the landscape part? Just because I know that the landscape plan was kind of a bit overdone and it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. I think that's good, Chris. I think
Okay, so we've got several things here, and I will spend some time tomorrow. It might take me through the weekend to consult with if that's the way the decision goes, to consult with the standards guidelines and provide some more technical language from the guidelines. Okay, so in coming back to the applicants now. So that was our discussion of the details of the project. And from that discussion, you might be able to discern where we're leaning on, or what we're feeling about this project. So this is the point in the hearing at which you are offered the opportunity to request a vote. We can vote on this project now, whether we want to recommend for approval now as is, or whether you would like to request a continuance, in which case we would craft a continuance letter with the specific points that we would like to see revised or addressed. And that would be delivered to you, and then you would come back to this committee for another review.
I think a continuance.
Okay. Glenn, please indicate that the applicant has selected continuance. Let me make a note of that myself.
Okay, the applicant has requested continuance, and as a design review officer, I will draft a continuance letter, and yeah, so it should be ready by probably next week. So you'll receive a letter from me.
Right. Myself and the committee will work on the language for the continuance letter, and I will get that to Glenn no later than Monday. And then Glenn will craft the official continuance letter and get it to the applicants as soon as possible. Okay. I appreciate everybody's patience on this application team. I appreciate your patience, and of course, always the architects. Thank you so much for your technical insights. Okay, so this project, this item on the agenda is now closed. It has been continued to a meeting in the future.
Thank you,
looks like
Chris.
Doris has
that was it for you, right?
You.
For me, in terms of design review.
Yeah.
Your last
I
one.
guess so. I hate to have one hanging out there for Doug, but the architects are so good, and Doug's on it anyway. So I'm sure it will be fine. I'm more concerned about that one we were referencing, the one up on the hill that we've seen 3 or 4 times. Like, I hate to leave that one for Doug, but
Or the one we've seen 6 times.
right.
Yeah. Well, we got to do it at some point, I guess, right?
I mean, you guys are good, and Doug's good. It'll be good. But I want to say thank you again, and I don't want to take up any more time because I know you've got more hearings, but I'll be around. I'll see you in the neighborhood.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. I'll get a letter out. I'll get a draft to both of you tomorrow.
Thank you, Chris. Cheers.
Okay. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And I just see that Mr. Doug Machado just joined the meeting, and he's attendee right now, so he's unable to talk. And now because I was disconnected for a few minutes, and I'm now just regular panelist. I'm not a co-host, so I cannot allow anyone to speak. So I reached out to Janet, but Janet has stepped out for a second. So let's wait for her to come back, then I'll be able to make Doug a panelist, and now also we can start looking at and discussing the next item. So we need to wait for Janet to come back. I just messaged her. Give her a few minutes.
Yes, we take a 5-minute break or something?
Yeah, we can take
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
we can come back at 4:24.
Sure.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
thank you.
Glenn, were you able to get a hold of Janice?
Yeah, this is Glenn. No, I'm unable to get a hold of Janice. Now I'm messaging Camille. So I asked Camille if she can give me Janice's cell phone number that I can call her.
Yeah. Did you reach Camille? Because I could call her on your cell if you need me to.
Yeah, I can reach Camille. I have her cell phone number.
Okay, cool.
Katie, Camille's working on it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I have Janice's number. I'm calling her right now. Yeah, this is Glenn. I just sent a text message to Janet, and hopefully she'll respond soon. And sorry, we have like so many technical difficulties today.
Is it possible for us to all leave the meeting and have you started again? Would that fix this?
No, I don't have a Zoom account yet. That's why Janet is with us this time.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Janet just responded to me, and she will probably come back soon and make me a co-host.
Okay, great.
Yeah, just quick update. Janet said she will need a few more minutes. Thank you for everyone's patience.
Hey, Beverly, are you still there?
I am.
You said that you're not available to review the last project.
No, I am. I've rearranged things.
Okay, because I know we're running late.
Yeah, no, I've been in communication with the other board meeting and my timing, I'm just gonna make it. I'm gonna sort of,
Okay, great. Thanks for making yourself available.
sure, I'll just squeeze in right down.
Do you have to physically go somewhere?
No, it's Zoom.
Okay.
My rear end is in the shape of my stool at this point.
Yeah, well, I guess that's my life of sitting in a chair like this all day, every day.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You sit working. I stand working usually,
Oh,
but not for Zooming. Yeah. Is your back surviving?
Yeah, my back's okay. I mean, I've been sitting in chairs working since I was, oh gosh, I don't know. It's been decades. Yeah, but at least I'm throwing in some treadmill stuff here and there and
Oh yeah.
try to get up and move around a little bit here and there.
Good addition. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I think Janet is back and she'll make me a co-host. So now I'm a co-host. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for everyone's patience. I'm going to allow Doug Machado to talk. And now we can begin discussing the next item on the agenda, which is item 3.
Doug, will you unmute yourself?
I think I'm good.
Excellent. The chair is now passed to you.
All right, and everybody can hear me. We're all good.
Yep.
Okay, let me just gather stuff here. Okay, good. Okay. Sorry, I'm catching my breath here. Okay, we have item number 4.
Oh, sorry, Doug. It's item number.
Item number 3 for you, Doug.
Item number 3 at 4 o'clock. Apologize for that. So we have owner. Oh boy, I'm not gonna do it right. I'm not even gonna take a stab at it. Sir, I don't know. Anybody want to take a stab at it?
That's owner Serhiy Kivich and Dmitry Kovalyov.
Thank you, Beverly. Applicant Stuart Grinnell, file number PLN 2021-00292. Location is Medio Avenue, Miramar. Assessor's parcel numbers 048044200. Consideration of a design review recommendation for the construction of a new 2-story, 3,262 square foot single-family residence with a 471 square foot attached 2-car garage and a 114 square foot porch on a 9,125 square foot legal non-conforming parcel associated with a staff level coastal development permit. The project involves no significant tree removal and only minor grading. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the staff level CDP after March 20th, 2022. The project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete February 15th, 2022. Project planner Glenn Gia. Okay, we have architect Rebecca Katkin and architect Katie Kostick. My name is Doug Machado. I am the alternate neighborhood representative. Would the applicants like to introduce themselves?
Yeah, this is Stuart. Hello, everybody. Rebecca, we haven't met. Katie, hi, Doug.
Hey, Stu.
Hello, Stuart.
Hey there.
Hey, Stuart.
Hi. So I have a little PDF presentation. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. You can share it now.
Is there a place on here to do that?
Down at the bottom.
I don't know if Stu's like myself, but we're only on like guests. We're not part of the
Yeah,
panel.
he has to be on the panelist in order to share a screen, Glenn.
Okay, I'm going to promote Stuart to be a panelist. Please accept the invite.
Are you promoted, Stuart?
Yeah, I did. Now, Stuart, you're on mute right now. Please unmute yourself.
All right, here we go.
Good.
Nope. Is it shared?
Yes.
You see Medio Ave?
Yes.
All right, I don't see it. Okay, so thanks everybody. Just a little run through of the project and the design process. my wonderful clients, Serhi and Nina, brought me these plans. I helped them purchase the lot, brought me these plans. And while it's a nice house, it's a little eclectic and suburban in nature with large volumes. So I took a look at the plan and tried to distill what they really wanted from this project, and they agreed that the plan was the predominant focus. So I refined the plan a little bit more, analyzed it. It's a T plan with a beach plan, you know, public spaces on the second floor, taking advantage of the views and the scenery, bedrooms and facilities downstairs that turned into this. And from there, the thought process was, well, what kind of form fits on the site, and what kind of form does the client desire the most? Serhi's most recent project was on Magellan. It was a modern structure that wanted to be a flat roof modern structure, white Mediterranean and so forth. So I started with that and kind of went into what I thought his previous project wanted to be, and how we would idealize that in this project. And that became this, using the T plan, the garage, the master suite above the garage, the public spaces on the second floor in the primary view corridor, the bedrooms and the entry on the lower level. So we have public on top and private on the bottom. That's why the volumes are larger on top, and the overhang of the volumes protect and shelter and shade the bedrooms and the entry on the lower levels. San Mateo County comments came back, and these were the changes, the changes that came from that: removing the planters on the entry, adding stone to the entry pediment, darkening the colors, darkening the project. I feel it made it fit better with the natural surroundings, and you know, less contrast, fitting into the neighborhood, fitting into the landscape. I always show this because of the discussion about traditional and modern. You know, some people think it's one or the other. I think it's both and all and everything. You know, they all can go together. Guasme Siegel did a great job of backing up an iconic Guggenheim building and yet still blending in with the New York neighborhood. And then you see on the right, a project I recently did in Half Moon Bay, a modern structure next to an iconic Victorian traditional building that was approved by Half Moon Bay, unanimous decision, first meeting. Now let me get into some of the comments that San Mateo County made and concerns that may come up. Just to start the discussion, one of the comments that I didn't address that I would leave for discussion in this forum was that the north facade be broken up, that it was too big. I don't really have an opinion on that. I think it's the primary forms and the pure form of the structure, I think, speaks for itself. There would be an opportunity to break up that upper mass and articulate the fireplace that really isn't a fireplace. It's just a television appliance. But I would say, and the reason I show this house on the left-hand side that we've discussed in this forum before, is that I often use this as one of the successes of the Cdrc, in that you know, it's perfect in its articulation in every angle, except those pilasters on either side of the garage. And what I learned is those were added by the Cdrc. So you know, I would just urge and caution you that if moves are made to change the designs, that we discuss them and that they're well thought out. Another concern was that the project is on a scenic corridor, which is Highway 1, and that light spillage might be a problem. This project on the right-hand side was recently approved and this photo was taken from Sari's house to illustrate the fact that, you know, this condition happens. And I would guarantee that it would not be to that effect. It's actually, I've taken mitigation steps in this condition. We've recessed the windows in the front. We've added tinted glass and shading to those apertures. And then the last one is landscape. The comment was made, maybe we do add some landscape to curtain or shade or block views or what have you. And I show these, I think in general, the landscape requirements and desires have gotten out of control. And, you know, we like the site as it is. It's a prairie, it's natural grass. And this is the way the Coastside looked. So we're ultra native and ultra low use water use, just a natural grass seed mixture that I've provided the recipe for, that's been used on other Cdrc applications I think to great success. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Stu.
Thank you.
We'll go with questions. Katie, you can go first.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot for clarifying questions. Let's see. You caught me off guard. I wasn't first for a little while. I wanted to see, Stuart, if you have a garage door specification.
It was provided in the package. I have that.
I think I could be wrong. Glenn can correct me. I think if you send it to Glenn, Glenn can distribute it to us. I don't know that you're allowed to send it directly. And then the only other question that I had was related to the exterior lighting. I believe all of it is intended to be the 4-inch recessed LED soffit lights, but I wanted to confirm and find out what is the layout and the quantity that you were envisioning.
Very minimal. The layout is only at the entries under the overhangs and as required by code. No site lighting. So really that's it.
Okay, so it would really just be at the front of the house and the back of the house between grid lines 4 and 7 roughly?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any lighting that's going to be around the garage?
No.
At the garage door?
No.
No? Okay.
I have the cut sheet in front of me. I would have to hunt for it on the computer, but it's Lux garage doors, aluminum, black anodized aluminum with black tinted glass.
Okay, that was all I had for clarifying questions.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Yes, is there a specification for the stone at that wall at the entry?
I knew you were going to ask that. At this time, there's not. I mean, you know, I'd have to go yard shopping, and I would match it as closely to what's shown in the renderings as possible.
Okay, it seems in the elevations that it's kind of a bigger scale than it is in the rendering. So the rendering, it also looks like it's a pretty large format kind of.
Yeah, it will be a larger, you know, definitely not anything close to a ledger stone. It would be, you know, pretty tacky 70s field stone.
And the setback that you mentioned on the windows at the front, is there a balcony there, and how deep is that? Or is that just, because it looks like there's a handrail, but it doesn't look like there's very much depth?
Yeah, it's on the plans. It's I think 2 feet. It's really just when those big doors are open, that there's a railing.
Okay.
So that the inside becomes the outside,
I think that's all I have for clarifying questions.
Okay.
I just looked at the elevations. The stone on the rendering is more accurate than the elevation.
Okay.
Because I photoshopped the elevations.
Through the chair, I see in the plan that the setback is actually 3'3" on level 2 from the window to the rail.
Thanks.
Okay. Public comment? Do we have any public comment?
Glenn, you're muted.
Sorry, also mute. So regarding this item 3, I received 3 public wait. So regarding item 3, I received 2 public comments from the public. And yeah, so the first one is received from Mr. Hagen, who's a neighbor. He commented on the project, and it appears that he's not here in this meeting. And if you're in this meeting, please raise your hand. So Mr. Hagen commented on the project, and he reviewed the plans of the proposed project, and he states that this contemporary style home would be a great addition to the neighborhood. And he supports the project. And the second comment I received is from Lenny Scoos. Sorry if I pronounced that last name wrong. Lenny is also a neighbor. She supports the project, and she is not. So I will summarize her comments before committee. So she states that the project reflects dynamic vision for the future of the Coastside, and the design is simple, clean, and incorporates attention to quality and detail. And so those are 2 comments I received, 2 written comments I received, and I also see a hand raised. Okay, so I see a hand raised here that's from Goose Deals. And now I'm going to please accept allowed to talk request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hey, good afternoon. My name's JD Castillo. We're at 3279 Cabrillo Highway North, so we're just south of this project. Our email is thegustillos2016@gmail.com. And just wanted to understand, I think and I don't know, I mean, based on where the project location is at, I think our views are going to be somewhat obstructed, and it's kind of hard to picture where this house is going to be and understand the grading on it and all that. So I don't know. I just want to understand what obstruction or what consideration was taken into account, if that's even a thing. This is my first time ever dealing with this. So, obviously we bought this house. I'm going to be frank and honest with you. When we bought this house, I hated the house, and what sold me was the view. So I just want to understand how we're going to be impacted by the project.
Do you mind telling me, based on this vicinity map, if I'm moving my cursor around here, tell me when to stop, which house is yours?
Keep moving right there.
This one?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. That's very helpful.
Okay.
Is that it?
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty simple, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. And chairperson have now called up on all raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item? item number 3? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. As a reminder for those joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, there are no more raised hands for this item. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment, Mr. Machado.
Yes, I'd like to close public comment at this time. And I'm going to go ahead and open up comments, and we'll start with Katie.
Sure. I did want to just respond to Mr. Castillo and let you know that I know that you were asking about how views are treated when it comes to new project development such as this. And while we always want the applicants to be sure to be designing with other people's views in mind and trying to mitigate the impact to other property owners, views are not actually something that's protected. So, you know, unfortunately, it's not something that is a requirement for design review or for zoning. And, you know, we always have to sort of trust that the applicants are going to do the best they can. But it looks like here, I'm going to share my screen again. It looks like based on the placement of this project, which is right here, maybe it's better if I do this. So it looks like this is your house and the project is going to be here. So I think that there's probably going to be a big impact to your view, unfortunately. Okay, so that said, I just wanted to say that I do appreciate the style of the architecture a lot. I think that this type of modern architecture that we see that has pure and simple forms are easier for us to support when they don't follow the guidelines explicitly to the book. So while it doesn't have quite as much articulation as we would see in a more traditional or even transitional design, I think the purity of the forms is really nice. I do appreciate the overhang that wraps the whole building. I think that that's one way of casting shadows and providing articulation. The deep recesses that we're seeing for the balcony expressions are another way to provide that articulation. I like the texture, the difference in texture and color, the contrast that's provided between the stucco and the vertical siding that's on the upper part of the building. Normally, I prefer to see darker colors on the base of the building, but I think that this one is really well executed. And it might be because it's almost going toward the heavier expression above by having it be a larger footprint. That's another thing that doesn't follow the guidelines, but I think that the design and the expression are successful. And I'm interested to hear the other committee members and how they feel about that, because I do feel that this is providing the articulation, but I do understand that having the larger footprint of the second story is one of the things that contributes to a feeling of a larger mass. I like the texture of the stone at the front. I think that the composition of the design is really successful. And yeah, I didn't really have any concerns. I really only had the clarifying questions.
Okay, thanks, Katie. Rebecca?
Oh, I'm not muted. I thought I was. I really appreciate the style of the design too, and the simplicity of the forms, but I was struggling a little bit with how much this departs from the guidelines. I feel like it's kind of the opposite of what the guidelines asks for in terms of second stories. And I think that having just presented a project with some overhangs myself, am open to that, but I do feel like it creates more blockage of the neighbors' views, and I feel a little differently about it having just had that comment raised by one of the members of the community, that this feels, I think it's cool the way it's these floating boxes above, but I think that it does obstruct views more than it would if it were more in alignment with the guidelines. And I drive by that area all the time. I do appreciate how it's kind of open prairie land. But I think that it is also nice when there is some more vegetation kind of up close to the house. it feels awfully spare. I also really like the recessed windows, like that front, that front part of the facade, I think works really nicely. So I think there's a lot to like about this design, but I'm struggling a little bit with feeling like it would be making a big exception where we typically hold other applicants more to the guidelines. So I also was really looking forward to hearing the presentation and talking with the group about it. 'Cause, I think there's a lot to like, but it's also a little bit of a tough one for me. What do you think, Doug?
Well, I like the windows. And I think that the funkier the stone, the better. The big, the big 1970 stone would be cool. And I think it's a fresh design. If you walk up behind this home into the other, towards the eucalyptus trees there, you kind of see the same home over and over again. So I think it's welcoming. I agree with Stu with the prairie land and the grass. I think it's a nice design. I think that's all I have. Are there any comments that I need to, we got to discuss this through, or?
Yeah, I think that we need to definitely get our heads around how we feel about the way that this is departing from the guidelines, and if it's something that we can support, because as Rebecca said, we do have a duty to uphold this to the same standard as everybody else. And we have allowed ourselves to have some freedom on really pure designs, but they don't normally do the exact opposite of a guideline. So I definitely understand what Rebecca is saying, and particularly in relation to the neighbor's concern about blocking views. I don't know that the change in massing would have a big difference on how that impacts the views, but I am interested in talking that through and seeing, and even hearing from Stuart if he has some thoughts on anything that he would suggest that could help us support this, particularly in relation to the second story guideline.
Yeah, and I think also like this house is 100% flat roof too. So, and we will kind of defer to Katie, and I'm interested to hear how other members, even non-voting members, feel, because guidelines are guidelines. They're not rules. But there are some pretty specific, there's some pretty specific language in the guidelines about how much flat roof is accepted and where and at what height it's accepted. And so this feels pretty far outside of that, although I like the design.
Yeah, with the flat roofs, I'm actually supportive. I think that that's one area of the guidelines that, in my experience being on the committee, we've been much more lenient with that, because we know that the guidelines were written in a time when the eclectic diversity of architecture on the coast side wasn't quite as embraced in how the guidelines were written. So we have definitely approved lots of houses that are all flat roof. And I think that that's an area where we do have precedent, that we have allowed everybody to have that same level of flexibility. But the second story setback is one where we have really tried to be very consistent in making sure that people are making an effort in that regard.
Can I say a couple of things?
Please,
yeah, definitely.
Okay. I'll just run through them. I appreciate Mr. Castillo's perspective. And I did try to, the lower volume is on his side of the house, if that's any consolation. Unfortunately, the nature of the relationship between this site and his site is that anything built on this site is going to block his view. There's no way around it, really. Any pitched roof, any gable roof, it's going to approach 28 feet, and it's going to block a majority of his views. And I apologize for that. And it's kind of the nature of the beast. There's no grading really to speak of besides the foundation. On the issue of the style, and having been on the CDRC and had these discussions, you know, the reason we allowed flat roofs was because it was the roof of the style. And so if you're going to go down the road of what are the appropriate forms and articulation of a style, it needs to transcend through the whole style, not just the roof. And I guess that would be my, you know, in my defense, or in the design's defense, explanation for what was done or how the decisions were made. And the landscape, just to address that, you know, the prairie in the renderings, there's like that curb cut thing that wouldn't be there. What's really intended is just a mow strip around the perimeter of the structure, and then grass up to the mow strip. So it would look like the building is sitting in a prairie.
What are your thoughts in response to the concerns about the second story setback?
Well, I would say, first of all, it's of the style. You know, it's a modern volumetric style, and so you know, it's been mentioned that it's appreciated and that it's well articulated in a vertical articulation. And then, you know, in terms of form follows function, the public space is on, and the beach plan is on the second floor. So that's where you want the open plan and, you know, the space in the view. So, you know, to you know, if you were to inverse it and have the smaller volumes on the top, it wouldn't work. So
no, I mean, I hear you about that. It's a much better design the way it is than if you were to inverse it. Absolutely. I think that I'm the newest member of this committee, and I'm just kind of struggling a little bit with kind of like how much flexibility we're allowed.
And I understand that, and we've been having that dialogue for many years now, and you know, and I think even the goal in the exercise of developing new design standards was to recognize that you know, the design is successful if it follows through in all the elements of the style, and that's where we landed with, and how we got through flat roofs. And I think, you know, design standards in other communities, the successful ones, follow that the tenant as well.
Okay. So I guess, you know, looking at the design, this image that you've got at the bottom may have been a good or poor choice for the example for this specific discussion, because I think what I'm seeing here that might be a little bit better execution that would be more in conformance with the guidelines, because we have seen projects where we were like, you know what, this is a really great project, but unfortunately it does not meet the guidelines. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can preserve this expression in some specific locations, like this one mass where it's the bigger box keeps that expression, and then you have a different expression like this is overhanging, and then that's juxtaposed against another part that's not. And I'm wondering, I know that it would take some you know, revision to the floor plan, but I'm wondering if there's some ways that maybe this remains that bold, strong expression, but this part, which is also the part that is more a closer proximity to the views that are impacted, would get reduced down, and that maybe this has a parapet that comes up or something. I don't want to, you know, design it or be prescriptive, but I think that this is a successful expression, but having it be consistently applied across the whole second floor, I think might be where we're having a harder time being able to support it, because we can support those types of moves in some locations, but when it's completely not conforming with that guideline in its entirety, and it is impacting the massing and and the way that the other properties are impacted. I know the views aren't protected, but I think that there could be a way to maybe revise this part of it that might still be a really bold, dynamic, pure view, but not with everything overhanging. And I wanted to see what the committee thought about that, and also, once hearing from them here, Stuart, what you think about those suggestions.
Well, I'll just jump in that that's what I was saying in my one slide on this north elevation, that I could bring the lower level kind of bisecting the upper level. It kind of creates two volumes in that plane, but it wouldn't affect the whole, and it would break it up, give it some articulation. As far as on the south side, that's only the master bedroom up there. I really couldn't, I could make it narrower, but I'd be making the garage smaller too, and that's pretty minimal as far as space wise goes. And the image of the windows, that was just intended to show the type of windows. Looks more like Rebecca's project anyway.
Actually, one thing that window image brings up for me is that I should have asked during clarifying questions. So the vertical shiplap siding that has the wood tone texture is on top, right?
Yeah.
And below, I'm just seeing the paint color. Is it stucco?
Yeah, it's called out as stucco.
Okay. Right, because one thing about that I like about that image, Katie, is that more kind of natural material sitting on the white has a lot of contrast. But
well,
if that's stucco, that is kind of giving us some nice contrast.
The wood tone is like a gray, like a cedar gray. So it does have a natural effect. And you can see on this south elevation, look how small the master bedroom bar is, compared to the whole. It isn't significant at all.
Well, I know that you were saying that if we reduce the size of the master bedroom suite, or this portion, that would make the garage smaller, but I think it's the opposite we're talking about. I think we would talk about this getting a little smaller and the garage getting a little bigger, so that this isn't overhanging anymore. And it could be that this front part, where it's got the recess that's created, like what if that was actually the wall of the garage below and it came up, and then this
it would be more like the living room.
Yeah.
Another inset.
Yeah, like this could come up, and this wall could create that guardrail height, and it wouldn't be a covered balcony at that point unless you did like an eyebrow roof or something. And obviously that's going in a very different direction. But I think that there are some diagrammatic studies that could help us with trying to support the design of the project, because having the entire second story protruding and being a larger footprint than the first floor is definitely harder to support. And I think that this is that really pure, rectangular box expression, and that could be juxtaposed against something here. It's just let's see, in the south elevation, like it could even be kind of interesting if, let's see, I hate this new blue beam, it's terrible. So this is, diagrammatic, of course, but like, let's say it ended up being like that, and you had a similar, kind of expression here to what was happening at the front over there, but then the wall of the garage.
You know what though, Katie? As I'm looking at what you're doing, so the bigger volume is behind this anyway, so
it's going to still block the view.
It's not going to have any impact on the.
I mean, the view thing isn't really protected anyway. Like what we're really grappling with is trying to support this when it's the complete opposite of the second floor guideline, right?
And I know it's just as you start doing that, I keep being like,
it loses the purity of the
it's that's the way it is. Stuart, can you walk through maybe with the screen share what you were talking about again in terms of where you think you could break up the volume?
Yeah, let me,
mention?
I didn't draw it out, but let me get to the screen.
Or I mean, if you just, or Katie, if you want to screen share again, if we could just look at that elevation, because she's very.
Is it better for you to
fast on
sketch on it
Bluebeam.
in Bluebeam, or do you want me to do it?
I'm,
Oh, right, you have that.
you guys see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so here I would, there's a fireplace behind it.
Mhm.
So I would bring the plane of the lower level up through here and break these,
And
break-
would you do
break-
that in
break
the
these
stucco
down.
or in the stone?
I would do that in the stucco
Uh-huh.
and turn the outside corners with the wood tone back to the
Mhm.
stucco.
So would you be pulling the fireplace into the living room a little bit more then?
Yes.
Okay, because that's
It would-
what,
it
like
would
a
create-
2 foot
it would
offset
create-
roughly?
Yeah, it would be form follows function because it would be articulating the fireplace on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be giving us more articulation. But I know that that's not really touching the concern about the second floor.
Yeah, I don't feel that I don't feel that that's necessary or that addresses that particular concern. I'm not concerned about the articulation, actually. I'm curious about whether there's another place to bring a vertical element like the one you have at the front, but I mean, even that is, I think the thing that's the biggest sticking point for me is just the second floor is overhanging the first floor everywhere. But I understand that it's kind of part of the integrity of the design. So I'm hesitant to start designing by committee and trying to make changes to what I think is a successful design. I'm just a little bit on the fence about sort of how much leeway we should allow ourselves in terms of departing from the guidelines, but
right, because it does.
That's
it
also
does
why
set a
there's 3 of
precedent.
us.
Yeah. Like I know it sets a precedent, and I know that we've said that to other applicants when we haven't been able to support something that was a really good pure design.
Right, because we see a lot of designs that are not so well executed. And so my concern is not really so much about this design as it is about the precedent and people being able to say like, well,
yeah,
we approved this and we're just doing this.
And we've approved designs that break from the standards and conform to style on their own right.
Yeah, I would say this. Stu mentioned it in his intro there with Heinz House over in Santiago. I would hate for us to implement a change that would affect the design kind of negatively. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Macy's house up on El Granada Boulevard, that was a big red box.
I mean, I think when it comes down to it, having talked through it and looked at, quick sketch adjustments and things like that, there's nothing that we've looked at here today that I think would make the design better than it is. And I think that speaks well of the design. So I think that if the other committee members who've been here longer and seen projects depart from the guidelines in this way, I feel comfortable that I can feel comfortable too.
Well, let me ask the question this way before we decide to make a decision that does set precedent, particularly because we are re-examining the design guidelines. I know that a big part of the design and the intent of the design guideline, particularly in relation to the second floor guideline, is in relation to the massing and how it feels. And that also obviously has an impact on views. I do agree that with this particular project, that the change in massing, nothing is going to change how it's impacting the views. So I don't think that that is a reason that would impact the design guidance on this. But I guess, you know, when we're thinking about how the design guidelines are evolving, I also don't think that I would be taking that second story reduced footprint out of the guidelines.
That the second story should step in.
Yeah, you know, and part of the reason that I think that it's not as concerning with this project is because it's not a overly massive house.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that. I'm looking at the project data table and I see the project area, but Stuart, do you have quickly on hand, like, can you tell us how close you are to the FAR and lot coverage limits?
I think it's 1% off. I think it's 52% right now.
Well, it varies.
It's 38% with the flag.
Yeah, the flag creates some problems.
Yeah, how
because-
does the planning department deal with the flag? Like, it's still, because I saw with and without flag for a lot of these calculations, and
Yeah, so with the flag, the floor area ratio is at 38%. Without the flag, it's at 52% and 53 allowed. So, you
The
know,
flag being that vertical element?
the driveway.
it's the parcel, it's this part.
Oh, the flag, right. Oh, you get to count that though, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
but
way-
in
that's
how
the way
the
it was
project
read on the-
actually sits on the site, it's kind of a bit misleading. So I do appreciate that calculation was shown both ways.
There was some question as to whether it would count or not, and in Glenn's intro, he read it as counting, so.
I mean, it's the parcel, it seems like it is
Yeah, so
reasonable.
this is Glenn speaking. So just add to that, regarding whether we need to count a flag portion toward the block coverage, we're having some internal discussion on that. And yeah, so it's unclear at the moment. We're still discussing that. So I will circle back with the committee after we get a solid answer from upper management.
So does that mean there's a possibility that we're over lot coverage here?
No, even with the flag, he's 1%
Yes.
under.
Okay.
I mean, no matter how you count it, it's still there.
Yeah. So worst case scenario is still meet the lot coverage requirement. We verified that.
Yeah, I'm a little stuck. This is a tough one. Yeah, the only thing that I can think of diagrammatically that would make a difference is if this bottom part was the part that stuck out, and maybe this was that material. But I don't think I would like it looking like it's kind of crossing. You know, like if it did something like this. And obviously, you know, the setbacks and everything, like maybe this would have to all pull in.
Oh, you're not sharing screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like if this bottom part was reading kind of like that box, and you've even got the proportion of the opening there, you know, even if it was kind of like this, and then this became the part that was set in to balance that out. But this is a completely different design approach.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, can we look at the east elevation? Because I was thinking, okay, so the taller, yeah, I guess part of what I was wondering is, because I was just looking at the, if there is any possibility, any area where it would be possible to reduce the mass of the second floor, the only place that kind of jumped out to me was the walk-in closet, which seems large. I mean, the bedroom volume seems pretty large too, but the closet, I guess I was just wondering if there was an opportunity to pull in somewhere on that side.
Because if you're already at the limit for the floor, I mean, the floor area ratio, it's like if the flag is included, then we have room to push the bottom out and pull, you know, you can push and pull, but I understand that that's a different design approach. And I know that, yeah, that's kind of what I think we're all struggling with, because we do see this as a pure successful design, but we're also, you know, held in the difficult position of having to hold all the projects to the same guidelines. And we have given some flexibility and leeway to projects, but not usually completely, other than the flat roof thing. I can't think of any other guidelines where we have allowed it to do the complete opposite.
I can show you.
But you can, because you were on the committee before I was.
Through the chairs, through the chair. Doug?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Beverly.
Stuart,
Yes.
would you consider moving the master bedroom mass toward the rear so that it's slightly inset from the lower level garage? It might be, I think Katie was giving some indication as to that, you know, it would overhang the rear a little bit. And also bringing it in.
If it did that.
Or
something.
right.
I don't know
And
if you're
then-
saying to overhang more or to just squeeze this and let this one.
And then, right, moving the mass.
Mhm.
And then bringing it in, so it would be pushed back and then bringing it slightly in the width of the room, decreasing the width of the room
that.
as well.
Yeah, so from the front, this box would read a little bit more narrow than the garage below. And then
Right.
from the south.
As a whole mass, yeah.
Am I on the wrong elevation? I am.
Yeah.
This one.
I think you understand what I'm saying, Katie.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying too, and I think what we found through this discussion is that it's like pulling the string of the sweater. You know, the elevated T, bar T, is a strong form, and if I was to do any of that kind of stuff, it would be a complete redesign, and it would end up looking like something else. If I could show you a project that I'm referring to, this one here, this up on El Granada Boulevard, this is the massing. It's pure volumes, red pure volumes, and we approved it. I don't, it was somewhat controversial, but we approved it just based on the success of the design and the conformance to its purity of style.
Okay, committee. Well, I think this is the first time that we've actually been in this position that I can think of.
I know we're stumped.
Sorry, my husband is actually playing practical jokes in the background again. What do you all suggest?
We have a good design and we're bound by a design manual that gives us challenges.
Sounds like support. How are you feeling, Katie?
Through the chair, I think the discussion has probably reached its limit, and you may want to move to the next step of making a motion and a vote.
Yeah, I mean, we do that. Before we do that, do we have any conditions? We don't, right? I didn't hear any.
No.
Conditions.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that speaks volumes, actually.
Okay, then let's make a motion to approve or disapprove.
Do we need to ask Stuart if he wants to vote first?
Stuart, do you want to vote?
Yes.
Okay. I can go ahead and make the motion, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve this project.
Okay, and now I'll do a roll call. Mr. Doug Machado,
Yes.
Miss Rebecca Catkin,
Yes, I'm gonna vote yes.
Katie, sorry, sorry if I say your last name wrong. Katie Koschak,
Pretty close. Cost you. Yes.
Okay, so this one is approved.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Hey, Doug, thank you. So you'll be writing this up.
Yep.
And Katie and Rebecca will review. And Stuart, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And we'll go on to the next item.
Okay. I will see everybody next month, I guess. The new Chris.
Yeah,
Thank you, Doug.
Doug, we really
Sorry for
appreciate
Doug. Yeah.
we appreciate that. We look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thanks. Have a
Thanks,
good
Doug.
evening.
Okay, thank you for everyone.
You kicked me out of this forum. I want to stay on. I just don't want to participate.
I will move to attend
Just
the.
stop your video, Stuart.
I'm just gonna go take a quick 1 minute break if that's okay.
Yeah, can we start at 5:35, Glenn? 5-minute break, stop the recording if you can. And
Okay, sure.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, everyone. It's 5:35.
yeah,
Hi,
if you
I'm
change
here.
the video, Glenn, and change the screen. Okay. We have item number 4 in Montera. I believe that involves David Janning. He's an attendee. He'll be pulled in. Bill Jones. And if Irene Chen Jones is there? No. Okay.
Okay.
Who is 7676? Is that Irene Chen Jones or?
If you are, please raise your.
Oh, there you go. They're together. Okay, I will start. The owner, Irene Chen Jones and Bill Jones, applicant David Janning, file number PLN 2021-00187, location 10th Street, Montera, assessor's parcel 036031280. Consideration of a design review recommendation to allow the construction of a new 2,441 square foot, 2-story, single-family residence with an attached 460 square foot 2-car garage on an existing 5,995 square foot undeveloped parcel. Recorded certificate of compliance, PLN 2019-00289. Associated with the staff level grading permit, the project involves no tree removal and 375 cubic yards of grading, 342 CY cut, and 33 cubic yard fill. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the grading permit after March 10th, 2022. Application deemed complete January 18th, 2022. Project planner Glenn Gia, email bgia@smcgov.org. This project was reviewed in February. Quick turnaround, David. And what we'd really appreciate you going over how you responded to the findings and conditions.
You bet. Ms. Garrity, can you hear me fine?
Pardon me?
You can hear me fine?
Yes, we can hear you fine. And you
Great.
know that
All right, great.
the committee is Katie Kostiuk, Rebecca Katkin, and myself.
Thanks and hello, committee. I will address the 5 comments suggestions that were given in our last review in February. So I may just share my.
Your screen would be great.
Great. Okay, so no particular order. I'm just going to start here. One of the concerns voiced by two of the neighbors were the coastal oaks that were in the front yard of the property, and the concern there. One second. The concern there was that there would be too much of the trees would grow too tall and potentially block views. And this is not something, this tree type or this size of tree is not common in this neighborhood, which has to do with, with views, etc. I'm looking for where I can modify, or not modify, but start sketching here. So I have permissions for that. Maybe can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so the coastal oak has been removed from the project. That has been replaced with another tree that's on the property, which is the California buckeye, and this is a much smaller tree. It's easier to tame. It's accustomed to being shaped as well too. That's what's noted in this first image here. So it just replaces the two trees in the front yard. It still gives that transition boundary from the edge of the street property to the front of the house, but it's a much lower tree type than the coastal oak. Second, another item that was brought up was to include bird-safe coatings on all the windows on the second floor, particularly the west elevation was of concern. So I'm just going to scroll through here and get to those drawings and just pick up where we have that noted and specified. Okay. So you can see on comment 3 here, transparent, operable, and fixed glazing with bird-safe coating and anodized aluminum frame. So we have that noted on all of the 3 elevations that are let's note on the west elevation, as well as the north elevation and the south elevation as well. So that comment has been addressed. Specifications have been updated to include that. Next item was to ask to be consideration, not a mandate, but a consideration of adding secondary roof forms for the project. So we've looked at this, and what we've looked at doing actually is increasing the there are 4 skylights on this roof. 2 of them are south facing that are actually pretty high, close to the ridge line. One's very close to the ridge line. But the ones that are north facing, they're further down the elevation and would not be in the way of any type of obstruction into the maximum building envelope daylight plane. So what we looked at here is, it's still subtle, but it's a secondary move, which is to just increase the curb height of these two skylights. So it gives them a secondary kind of additional mass. It doesn't add anything that's arbitrary or just a form that doesn't have any kind of relevance to the interiors at all. So it still stays true to the project, but it does add some additional height into those skylights and another level of articulation into the roof massing of the project. That's especially kind of I think felt from approach and on the 10th Street itself. While we stay in this elevation, this was a debated elevation, much discussed last month, and it was asked for us to consider increasing our facade articulation on this elevation And what all of us came to a discussion agreement about was to actually articulate the base more. So what we've done on 2 levels here, and this also addresses the other comment, which is to add at least 1 additional color and or texture and or material to the project. So what we've done is we're using the same exterior stucco system, but we've chosen a few shades darker, still within the gray family in the same tones, but it's much darker base. So it follows a classic Italian rustication principle of using darker and or coarser or wider kind of base materials and lightening up as you go up the mass of the building. So in this case, on the east elevation, you'll see actually we have a darker tone that matches with the first floor of the house, and also that that elevation, that lower elevation, actually sticks out an additional 4 inches. And that was accommodated, it did not work by adding into the depth of the framing system, because that would have created actually a bit of a cantilever and some inefficiencies for how the upper level loading would hit that rim joist on that floor. But we did add additional insulation layers, a pair of insulation layers on that base to help pop that base out. So actually there's a grade change. There's a change here where this lower elevation actually sounds proud of the upper elevations. And then that comes back to the last comment, which is adding that additional 1 color texture or material shift in the project. And we addressed that again, as I said, already stated about adding the second color of the base of the project, including the garage door itself. And that wraps on all four elevations of the project. So those are the 5 mandates and or considerations that were requested to bring into play today. I will note on this elevation, the upper north elevation, we did not re-render that part of the elevation. It was just to say re-rendering all these elevations would have been, I won't get into the details, but quite cost prohibitive. So we did note that the tree species, we say have a note here, seed landscape, tree species and size are not to scale, but it has been updated, changed in the landscape plan, as I already noted in the first comment. So that's it. I want to stick to brevity. I know everyone's kind of over time today and probably exhausted, but I just want to stick to the notes from our last meeting.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I was wondering if you thought the increased curb height was an improvement in the design.
Good question. So we looked at actually something even more extreme, which actually turned into almost like teapot handles on the roof, where actually got to be quite extreme in their expression. It looked absolutely bizarre. And while I think there are projects and there are applications where that would be useful in the development of a project. In this one, it seems quite foreign to go much further past what we did here. And even with this, I mean, I think it may address the consideration. I think it's maybe yes or no helpful. I mean, that could be, I think, argued, but much more of pulling these skylights out just seemed to be quite honestly foreign to the project.
Yeah, so the recommendation to consider secondary roof forms, and Rebecca, Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, I think was more of a recommendation to try to help with the increase the articulation of the east facade issue. Is that correct by your recollection, Katie, Rebecca?
I am just checking east. Yes, east facade.
Yeah,
I
so-
agree. I don't personally, well, we'll save it for discussion, sorry.
Right, so I think that was the intention.
It was more so to be directing the applicant to look at that guideline and the design guidelines, because the guidelines, you know, do specify primary and secondary roof forms. And I don't think that skylights would, you know, really need that in any way. I don't think that it was a positive move, to be honest.
Right, right. So that's sort of our sidebar, I think, to say that I don't know that you need to increase the curve of the skylight. We should at this point go for further questions. Rebecca and Katie, if you have.
I don't have any clarifying questions.
The question I was going to ask was how far that base on the east was protruding. I thought I had seen 3 inches, but I think you said 4 inches just now, David. That would be my only question to clarify.
Yeah, we are at 4. There'll be 2 layers of. It'd be 2 layers of additional rigid insulation at 2 inches. So it'd be an additional 4 inches of protrusion on that base.
And then how does that relate to the window sills? Do they become deeper, more inset windows, or?
That's correct. Yep, that's correct. Those 3 lower windows. Yeah, that's correct. So those 3 lower windows would have a deeper inset. That's right. Yeah, the sill and jambs and head would be deeper, a little more of a shadow cast on them as well.
Okay.
Yeah, to differentiate from the upper floors.
That was the only question I had looking at the drawings. Now that you have brought it up, personally, I would be curious to see what else you tried with those skylights, because I thought even on the first view that they're sloped from the interior, right? The opening at the ceiling is greater than at the roof. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Looking at your sheet A212, it looks 212, where you can see the skylights dashed over the bedroom. They have a larger area at the ceiling than they do at the roof. Is that correct? They're flared.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So I think the first time I saw it, I wondered whether that was something that might be interesting to express on the roof. I don't know if that's what you mean by the teapot, but if you have it, I would be curious to see it. But that's just as a matter of curiosity. I think we can otherwise move on.
So Katie, Rebecca, I'm just trying to understand. You're saying to actually raise that further?
Those skylights, I mean, I have, again, I sort of agree with the group that I don't think the way the curbs were raised is necessarily helping. And also, I have some other thoughts about how that could be addressed or whether it needs to be addressed. So I was just curious, since David mentioned that he had tried some further out things, I would be curious to see them, because when we saw this the first time, when I first looked at them on the ceiling plan, I then wondered if they were expressed like that on the exterior. So.
All right, we can go through that, I guess. After
we can also move on to other things. I just didn't know if there was an image handy that he might have to show us what he had been trying out.
Apologies, I do not have that ready to present. It was a sketch that was discussed immediately after the call with the client, and went through 3 different proportions of it in quick sketch form, and it just honestly seemed bizarre. And also because of the fact that this is not also a project where you would add, let's say, dormers to this, because there's no additional, there's no floor above this, above that eave line, that current eave line, to warrant a dormer, right? Things like that are just, those types of articulations are honestly just completely foreign, because again, there's nothing occupiable except for closet space, additional storage closet space inside of that roof form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Glenn, can we open this up for public comment?
sorry, I also mute. Per the chair, we're now opening public comments for item number 4. This item is continued from the February Cdrc meeting. No additional correspondence has been received since the last meeting. I'll ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on the agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press star 9 to raise and unraise your hand. Press star 6 to mute or unmute your microphone once you are given permission to speak. Okay, I don't see any hand raised. So Beverly, I have now called upon all raised hands. There are not raised hands to speak on the item. For those on the Zoom, for those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item number 4? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. As a reminder, for those joining by phone, please press star 9 to raise your hand. Okay, Chairperson, there are no more raised hands for this item. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
Yes, please. Okay, so we're in discussion now, Katie, Rebecca.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll lead because I've been pretty quiet.
Okay.
I think part of the reason I've been pretty quiet is because at the last hearing, I think I was a bit of an outlier and feeling like the mitigation ideas that were being discussed didn't really feel like enough to me. So seeing the execution of those, I still feel that way. So I think I'm gonna have to defer to the two of you to see if you feel that those were enough for the project to successfully meet the guidelines.
Say that again, Katie. Did you feel these mitigation that have been taken on this project are not sufficient? Is that correct?
Well, yeah, even when we were discussing it at the previous hearing, when it was originally presented, I didn't really feel that these small gestures were enough. And I think I was the outlier in that. So, you know, I think that I'm interested to hear, you know, Beverly, Rebecca, what you think, and, you know, if you feel that these have taken the project in a better direction with compliance to the guidelines, or if you think that more is needed.
Right. So I would agree with you, Katie. I do not feel that these mitigation measures actually warranted even the continuance. This sort of thing could have been managed at a meeting if this was acceptable. But it does not meet the conditions that we set forth. That would have required a larger redesign. So that's why we had you go back to the design board and take another look. That's where I stand on it. I feel like the east facade, the 4 inches is not meeting the requirements of having the facade have greater articulation on the facade. And I appreciate that you did add the notations for the glass and change out the tree on the landscape. But these were larger issues, and it felt like they required a larger response.
Yeah, I also agree. I mean, I think that the first several conditions do feel like they've been met, and I think that pretty much all of my concerns also remain around the east facade. I think that if the base came out consistent with what it does elsewhere on the house, that would have been enough for me. I'm not sure if Katie feels the same way. And I think the other thing that isn't working for me personally on the east facade is the way that there is not even an eave, not even a change of color at the fascia. So it really feels just truncated. And I also feel like the skylights, if it doesn't make sense for them to form a kind of secondary element, that they probably were better the way they were before, being shorter. I personally, similar to the project we just looked at in Miramar, feel like this is a really interesting and successful modern design, and that I would be willing to step outside the guidelines with regard to secondary roof forms. And I think that the facade articulation is, it's also not really what we look to see, but I think the way the west elevation looks to me feels very successful. So, you know, personally, I feel like there might be moves that could be made on the east that would get it there for me. But I mean, Beverly and Katie, I share your feeling when these drawings came across. It took me a long time. I think we all were like, did they submit revised drawings, or are these the same drawings we saw before? So it doesn't feel like much of a change.
Yeah, I think we're really struggling with trying to be supportive of, you know, pure modern designs, which tend to have less ornamentation. But I think, and you know, and trying to find ways to be supportive of them in the mid-coast, sort of despite some of the restrictions of the guidelines that we're grappling with. And I think that we are trying to find areas where we can be more forgiving with one, but with this many that are not meeting the guidelines, it's very hard for me to be supportive. And I think that the changes that I saw, you know, we have no idea obviously what you explored behind the scenes, David, but I think that there is a commitment to this design almost to a fault, where I'm not seeing a real effort at creatively trying to find ways to depart from this iteration and find other ways that we can try to meet the guidelines. So yes, one or two shades darker on the base color is definitely two colors, but you know, we have the same material on the roof and on everything. And if nothing else, honestly, like I feel like it at least needs texture. There's just, you know, I feel like we needed an olive branch for you to really give us something that we could hold on to try to be more supportive of this design. And I agree with Rebecca that I think that the west elevation is the most successful, and the other three elevations I struggle with. And the west elevation is kind of one of the least visible. So that's a little challenging also, you know, from the street, you're seeing a, you know, what kind of looks like a truncated structure, like Rebecca mentioned. It feels almost like somebody was intentionally trying to create a house that looked like it had been chopped off. And I don't know if that was the design intent. I know I expressed, you know, questions and concerns about the hip slope on the west elevation being so steep, and the other two slopes being, you know, 4 and 12. And the only reason I could think that was done was to create more surface area for the solar panels. But it makes for a very unusual, and the composition of the view from the street doesn't feel right to me. And so without having the variety of textures and colors and materials that we normally see, and without seeing the articulation on the east facade that we are normally looking for, and without seeing secondary roof forms, there's a lot of guidelines that are just simply not being met. And so, that's why I was, wanting to hear from my other committee members, because I think that they were more supportive of this design than I was at the previous hearing. But I think that it sounds like the resounding feeling is that there still hasn't been enough done. It feels like you're very attached to this design and being a little bit inflexible. And I haven't seen a real effort at trying to show us something that can help us be supportive of the areas where it's deficient in relation to the guidelines.
David, can you see your way around this?
I can address this. So a few things. So there were five points that were brought up in the last hearing. We addressed the bird safe coatings on windows. We've picked a different tree type that was mandated. We were to add at least one more color and or texture and or material to the project, which we did. The combination of the articulation is to consider secondary roof forms. It was a consideration that was requested, not a mandate, and we did consider this. And then get to the articulation of increased articulation of the facade, we all discussed it as going through the base. So we did a combination of both color and or stepping the base out. Honestly, if we step the base out as much as I think you're asking for on the west, north, and south elevations, we would be way over on our buildable area on this site. I mean, way over in the buildable area on the site. We're already getting close to the limits, and this has definitely put us over to get to that same point. Next is, one of the issues was brought up about why the trees were brought in question here, because it had to do with blocking views. And this is a tree. It's something that takes a long time to mature. It gains canopy, it loses canopy. It's a diaphanous object. And for asking us, I'm confused about this, and now you're asking us to add in taller articulated roof forms on that north roof elevation, which would be a permanent block and of more of somebody's perceived view. I would also argue about the west elevation. That is absolutely the main facade of the project. It's the main facade because as you approach, you come up that street, as you go up the hill, that is the facade you see, as well, of course, as the street elevation. The east elevation is absolutely a secondary elevation, as the neighbors are also building within their rights, within their lot and close to that elevation. And as you see, every other house on this street, every other house is facing the ocean. That rear east elevation is a secondary elevation on the project. So giving it as much articulation or development as we have in these other three, I mean, it's not in alignment with anything else that's on the street, nor would it make sense to be at that much articulation and openness to face the fence line and look at the garage of neighbor. I don't understand this, honestly. Yes, you think you see some subtle changes in the project, and yes, these things are subtle differentiations. But I have to argue that we have, addressed the vast majority of these that were mandated, and the ones that were considered, we looked at.
Okay, thank you, David. It sounds like you are pretty wedded to what you did. And what we are saying emphasizes the first two conditions: increase the articulation of the east facade and add at least one more color and or texture or material to the exterior facade. So those are the two I think we'd like to focus on. The recommendation to consider secondary roof forms is to assist in, I believe, in this east facade issue, and certainly overall to help comply with standards. If this might be a good point to give you specific suggestions, Katie has already suggested, I believe it was Katie, to not have just a 4-inch lip, but a larger lip, and you're objecting to that because you would infer that you have to add that distance as opposed to doing a more thorough redesign where you would be in compliance with lot coverage and floor area ratio. But what I'm hearing, David, is that you're immovable. So we certainly don't want to spend more time on this than is reasonable if you are immovable. Would you say that's true? Are you not willing?
I'm not saying we're immovable on this. I have to say we have addressed 4 out of the 5 issues that were brought to us last meeting. So I think we have shown flexibility and changes within that. If you wanted to talk about increasing,
there are only 4 conditions.
I had 5. I had burb safe coatings. I had lower height of different tree type on the front of the property, consideration of secondary roof forms, increased articulation of the east facade, and at least 1 more color in our texture or ornamentate or material.
So it's not it's not a question of how many you address. The conditions have to be met.
Can I jump in, Beverly?
Yes.
In an attempt to put some ideas out there and see whether they are palatable, and also whether they address your and Katie's concerns. I'm gonna try to share screen here. I think Beverly and Katie, that I'm not alone in feeling like this is the primary facade that we're concerned about. So for me, the texture down here is, am I correct, David, that the texture on the base and on the top, they're both smooth here?
That's correct. Yeah.
And the roof. It's the same material on the roof as well.
So for me, if there were more texture on the base, something like, I think because it's called a rusticated base, my mind jumps to something, a rougher texture, like a board formed or a bush hammered or something like more textural. And if that base stepped out, it might be able to step out somewhat while staying under the FAR. It might also be possible to step the upper floor in somewhat. It feels like there's a little room. I think that also where there are tight spaces like bathrooms, those things could pop out because this wall doesn't need to be one straight wall. In fact, if there were more articulation on that wall, that might help that facade. So what I would see for me personally, and I think I'm speaking first to Katie and Beverly here to see if there's agreement, is that if there were more texture on this base, a differentiation of plane between the base and the upper floor of, let's just say, more than there is now, if not as much. What is it, 2 or 3 feet on the sides? If say it were a foot or approaching that. And if there were an eave that extended here, and that were treated in another color, with these skylights going back to the way that they were, that would go a long way towards addressing my concerns. I don't know, Katie, if that would address yours.
Yeah, I think that definitely is the direction that I think we were all anticipating we would see this go with the comments that we had provided. And for me, I think especially the texture on the base, and I would expect to see that wrap the entire base, but that is the contrast that I feel this project is lacking. And so when there's a lack of sufficient contrast, then having the long uninterrupted roof eave, which is, not supported by the guidelines, primary roof form, not supported by the guidelines of the same material as the rest of the building, it's so, it's, I don't think monotonous is I don't want to use that word because that sounds like a very negative connotation, but it's so uniform in how the materials are being applied that that is contributing to the mass. of the project. And that's the entire intent of the guidelines with wall articulation, primary and secondary roof forms, different colors and materials. So all of those things kind of go hand in hand to create a project that doesn't have the same uniform mass and feel. And I think that the texture, something that, you know, a significant texture would make a big difference.
And would you feel like that texture could be, because you've mentioned the roof several times, could be on the base or the roof? Like would the smooth base work for you if the roof were standing seam, or would the smooth roof work for you if the base were bush hammered concrete?
Yeah, I think that those would potentially be interchangeable, particularly because on the sides, everywhere except the east elevation, there is a strong separation between the roof and the base. So, you know, that doesn't feel, you know, that would feel like two separate materials or elements in a way. But yeah, I think that, and particularly a vertical texture, I think would be very successful to contrast the horizontal feel that we see with the uninterrupted roof line and the horizontal feel of that long base podium element.
And then I'm just sharing a screen, which is online, so I can't do markups here, but in terms of the way this feels truncated, to me, if the roof extended over this way, I mean, I could see a hip here, but I think that would kind of mess with the east facade and the windows and things that are there. But even if this just came out to have an overhang similar to this one, would that address your feeling that this feels?
Yeah, that would help a lot. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen a gable end like that has an eave overhang at the ends, but it's completely flush on the gable end, and it feels very unnatural and almost accidental.
And Beverly, do those things feel like they would address your concerns?
So in summary, are you still considering bringing out the bumping out the base?
Well, I'm just suggesting that if there's a floor area issue, if we're trying to achieve, I would be comfortable conditioning the distance between the top floor and the base and not prescribing whether it's additive or subtractive or some combination thereof.
Oh, you're saying condition that it's got to be, you know, 12 inches or something.
Yeah. I don't, you know, if that puts them afoul of FAR or something, then that's a problem. But looking at the floor plate.
Well, I guess let me be more specific. Is it pulling out the base or popping out the second level or both?
I would say pulling out the base.
I would have to pull out the base, yeah.
And that could mean that you keep the base. Yeah, the base could stay there and the top can push in, or you could balance that. But I do think the base needs to protrude the way that it does everywhere else.
Yeah, I think the base needs to protrude. I'm not sure a foot is right, but it's a nice round number for now.
Yeah, and I think that the eave overhang that we're asking for would make sense to protrude the same amount.
Yeah.
The same amount as the base.
And then I would kind of want to throw it back to David. I mean, I could see this entry hall is 6'4". Like I could see, well, that is the center line. So maybe it's 6 feet on inside. Maybe there's a few inches that could give there. If the feeling is that we can't get it all by pushing out and we can't lose any space off of the bathroom or the living space, I also don't feel that this wall needs to remain a straight line. I could see it punching out and for example, this area not having to be reduced, even if the two around it were. Does that make sense?
It does look like a really thick wall also. It could just be, I don't know what the thickness of that wall is.
And I'd be very comfortable allowing that to be, you know, I think how that happens will take some time to figure out what the best way is to do it. But for me,
so a modulation of the second level.
A modulation of the second level being in from the first level. I don't know, Katie.
I think that it could definitely be written in a way that it could be conditioned.
Add texture on either the base or the second level.
Yeah, and I think it should be a vertical texture if it's the base. And
I kind of think it needs to be the base, honestly, because on the east elevation, you're not going to see any of that change.
That's true. and then for the eave to come out and match the modulation of the base.
Right.
Um,
So add texture, vertical texture on the base. Okay, as opposed to level 2.
And I think it does still need to keep the different color. So if this is the color,
Yes.
2 shades darker gray, great. You know, if you decide to go with something that's different from that, I don't know if, I don't know if that's something that you would consider and that we would need to be aware of and that can't be conditioned. So that might be something for you to respond to, David.
Yeah, and I would think we could say to keep as much difference in color as exists in this iteration or more. To allow that flexibility. But yeah, I think it would be good to throw this back to David and see if these are things that are going to work for the applicant.
And just one more thing, would that texture continue to wrap around the entire first level?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry, this is Camille. How is the roof form being addressed?
Well,
the roof form was a suggestion in the original.
Okay, it was just a suggestion.
And it would be adding an eave so that I guess
be pulling out the eave so that it would equal the pullout for the base.
Ah, got it. Nice.
Yeah, and I think given the last project, I feel like I could then allow this much departure from the secondary roof forms guideline. Personally.
Okay, so are you comfortable, Katie and Rebecca, having David comment on these 3 major conditions? Pop out the base and roof overhang in equal amounts to be determined. Modulate level 2. Add texture, vertical texture on the base along with the different color to wrap around all sides. So that's 1, 2, 3 conditions.
Yeah, I would also like to condition that the skylights go back to the previous iteration.
And I would like to condition that the fascia of the eave of the gable on the east facade not be the same color as the wall below.
Oh, I see. Okay, skylights just.
Let me go
So with that in mind, Rebecca, would you think that the fascia that wraps around the other 3 facades would need to change? Because right now it's the same color as the roof.
It's the same color as the roof, but is the roof?
The roof is the same color as the east elevation, yeah.
And then is there that wall or the other elevations are just glass?
They're all glass, yeah.
All glass. So maybe, well, the roof could stay as it is and the wall could go lighter? I don't know.
I think it would look nice if the fascia was all the same color as the 2 shades darker, but
yeah, I mean,
that's a personal preference.
Maybe I don't need to condition that the fascia be a different color because it's going to be proud now. If they go for this, it would be proud. So I think right now it's just it's the flatness and the color.
Yeah, I
know the flatness.
Rebecca, could you clarify for me that currently the fascia looks white
here?
Yeah.
I guess I'm thinking this is a light gray.
It looks like the same light gray as the wall to me. I think it's the same material.
So,
David, do you want to
That's
clarify?
correct. It is. Yeah, it is the same light gray as the wall. And if it, and I agree with Rebecca's comment, if we pop the, and we make an E projection on the east elevation to match the base, we get 1, geometry definition, and 2, we would get shadow casting on that to get differentiation. And also it wouldn't be, if you wrap that around, it'd be kind of like almost like a racing stripe, like you'd put on like it feels like a fast food restaurant racing stripe, for articulation. It feels odd as you wrap it all the way around the building.
Around here. I think maybe, because Katie, you were saying that could look nice in a different color. For me, I could maybe just make it as a suggestion to explore.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly about that being a condition at all.
I think the projection actually is going to address my concern. So I can drop that about the color, Beverly.
Okay. All
So
right.
we're fine with this about east elevation. We'll add more of a, we'll add a texture, a differentiation of a texture in the base. to something of a vertical type texture. It also roughens up the base a little bit. Maintaining the darkness and the change in color shifts between the base and the upper. More of a base protrusion. We're going to try to maximize it so that we're hitting the, not going over the allowable built area. Otherwise, we'd be now in variance territory. And whatever we pop out on the base, we will match also with the eave line to keep it in the spirit of the rest of the base to roof eave relationships around the house. And then returning the skylights to the previous curb design.
Yes, that's accurate.
So we're fine with that.
Except for 2, actually. For 2, the texture is just not just on the east lower level. It's
Right.
wrapped around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's understood.
Can staff ask the CDRC or David to specify what kind of textural changes we're looking for in terms of vertical textural changes?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like David to sort of offer anything that you feel like would work for you if 5 minutes is not enough time to think about it.
Right, and also the other thing missing was the modulation of level 2.
So when you say
that issue, so sorry, go on.
Oh, I guess I wasn't sure when you said modulation if you meant between 1 and 2. So for me, I don't feel that wall on the second floor has to have a jog in it. I was only saying if making the base, say, a foot out from the first floor is going to require reducing the area of the first floor, I'm open to that happening either in a straight line or with some jog in it as works for the design of a floor plan.
So do we know if it can be 12 inches? The base can be popped out 12 inches?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. I'd have to go dig into this.
Wouldn't that be adding 57.8 square feet to your area in your footprint if this is 57'8"? Where's the area calcs? Do you know what sheet those are on? I'll try to scroll to them.
Cover sheet.
Okay, that should be easy to get to. Lot coverage diagram, A003. Oh, no, here we are. Okay, so the parcel size is 59.95. So whoops, no. So the allowable FAR should be 3177, and you are at 2901. So that seems like you could do it without. You could do that.
Might impact the setback a little bit.
FAR. I thought we looked last time and that there was room.
Yeah, there's room for the setback. Right?
And then so lot coverage is permitted to be 5995 times 0.35, right? So 2098, and you're at where is your lot coverage? Oh, you're at 1670. I think you can do it without any change to the upper floor plan.
So you can get 12 inches pop out, Rebecca?
I think so, it looks like it. That's some pretty quick and dirty math, but
okay.
And yeah, I mean, I understand you've got a line of structure there, so I don't know if it's furring or insulation or how you get there, but I think you could get there without having to change your floor plan.
We'll figure that out. Yeah, we can do that.
All right, great, excellent suggestions. Well, I think we can progress with these conditions if you're agreeable to it, David.
I think Camille had
I am,
asked for some more discussion of what that texture would be.
I know it's not siding, and so I was just, I mean, because vertical siding would look ridiculous there. So
Yeah.
can you,
Yeah, I'm actually
tell-
busy trying to find an example.
so I just thinking,
I
I was thinking like you know how like where they brush the stucco into patterns,
Yeah.
or I was thinking of board form. So
Board form is where I was thinking too, or I don't know, David, what are you thinking?
I have some, I could pull up some, I have some ideas in my head about how to keep it. I wouldn't want to make it match a board form because one, it's not concrete. So it'd be kind of lying that it is concrete, number one. But I have the kind of just an ethical issue with that. Second, I can definitely get vertical articulation and roughness. I can play with different actually textures in the stucco on this and actually layer the stucco up to get that articulation. And that could be also carried across on all the other elevations without trouble. So I can definitely get some kind of rough, kind of vertical lines on this.
Are you familiar with a combed stucco or a combed plaster approach? I definitely, as I'm now turned my screen off so I can Google textured stucco, I'm seeing lots of things that would be awful. But I do see a kind of verticality with, oh, look, there's something from Michael Graves' studio with combed plaster. I'll pull this up and see if this interests anyone.
Yeah, combed stucco, that's certainly an option, you bet.
Are there other things that you had in your mind?
Yeah, the other is actually so you actually build it with a smooth coat first, finish up the smooth coat, and then you add a stencil on top with the vertical cutouts, and then you add in, actually spray in a rough texture and vertical patterns that are kind of broken up. That aren't pure, like really strong vertical lines, but they're rough vertical lines to kind of splatter a little bit to give that roughness and that vertical feel. That's another option I was thinking of looking at.
thank you. That helps a lot. If we could add some examples that we just discussed in the findings, then staff will have a better idea of what to look for in meeting that condition.
Yeah, and I think from a material standpoint, if you were open to a change of material as one of those options that get captured, there's different corrugated metals that are going to have this similar gray. There's also gray fluted like PVC type products that are pretty cool. Most of them are like a natural wood type look, but mind if I share for a second?
Yeah, go. I mean, I think that I sort of agree with Camille though, that like I'm not trying to suggest that it should be.
So I was even thinking,
definitely thinking something
like some of these products that actually make like a real shadow, like these are obviously interior applications, but there's products like this that are, they're low maintenance, they're pretty cool. So I don't want us to be prescriptive, but I think that the combed stucco, seeing those examples, those are interesting to me, but I think that something like this could be interesting. And then of course, you could do like vertical seam metal siding. You could do something like that, or even a smaller scale of what you could do corrugated. So those would be some examples that, this is going to be shiny. There's going to be different applications and different coatings and things, but the texture would be really cool. This is going in a little bit more of an industrial direction. I don't think that would be as successful, but I'm open to a variety of different solutions, but I think that the vertical texture in contrast to the horizontality of the project is really important.
David, are you open to changing the material from stucco to another material?
The two, we're not interested in this, honestly. This one you're first showing, it's a PVC product. It degrades, UV degrades over time. It's also environmentally not friendly material. Second,
yeah, I mean, it can even be done with wood. You could do just traditional, you could do cedar and let it silver. There's different ways to accomplish that same aesthetic if you liked it.
David, do you happen to have an image at all handy for your technique that you were interested in regarding the stucco?
Give me 1 second. We are using, while I'm looking for this, we are using the standing seam and vertical corrugated panels on another project. It's for an apartment building. However, we're holding it on the second level and above because all of these metals, even the thickest gauges that you can select, are highly susceptible to mechanical damage. Pressing on them, weed whackers, cutters, anything that's hitting that base easily dents this. So you want to hold this up on the second floor and above. Also, it also really defeats, also a wood or a metal also defeats this rustication principle, because honestly, those are lighter materials. So that would honestly be something you would want to hold above and not below, but there we go. Let me look at this stucco.
And if you can do two things.
I mean, the danger of me showing a precedent right now is that it is a precedent and it's not the actual thing that I would suggest. I have no interest in doing kind of a Pinterest board and just making a selection. We kind of make things ourselves. With that said, I could show an example, but you have to take this out of context. So this is not precisely.
Yeah, something like mine did is just trying to pick.
All right. So on the upper, please ignore everything else on this image, but the upper banding, this red black banding that you see here is actually a two coat actually finish stucco. So the red itself is actually a smooth finish, and then they added a black on top of it with this, and actually this is just done by a stencil patterning to spray in the additional layer. Again, something this specific, I would not suggest. I'm not suggesting for this project, but I think in spirit of this is a way of gaining additional texture is one way that could be achieved, but also the combing is another option for us.
Okay, so for example, a multi-coat finish using paint or combing.
I don't think that paint would meet I think it needs texture.
No. Yeah, I'm actually suggesting a texture.
Yeah, I didn't want Beverly to capture it as paint though.
Right, what would you call it, David? Would you call it combing? How would you, the technique?
I would call it a vertical, the technique. You're putting the construction professor on the spot here. That's the name of the technique.
Yeah, at almost 7 o'clock at night,
careful.
right?
Not perfection, just
have to be careful.
Yeah.
What do we call this? I guess it's a vertical texture that vertical texture that actually changes in texture, right? From a smooth to a rough finish is how you achieve that. Right. So it's actually changing. It's two different textures, smooth to a rough texture change. That's in a vertical fashion.
And is that multi-coat as well?
It is. Yep. Yeah, that's another coating that's added.
Multi-coat, smooth to
I
rough.
hope Bill and Irene aren't scaring away here with added cost to the project.
Camille, is that articulated verbally enough?
Yeah, I think so. I think I have. Yeah, I think I have a good idea now.
Thank you.
Camille, you know you're not allowed to leave, right? You're stuck until this house is done. Just saying.
I hope you guys can trust me with, I don't know, and David with this decision.
Right, yeah. Well, we were planning to until you asked. All right, so the conditions, again, east elevation, pop out the base and roof, overhang, equal amounts, minimum 12 inches. Everyone satisfied with that?
Yes.
Add stucco texture, vertical stucco texture on the base along with the different color, the darker color, I'm going to say, because that's what's been decided, right? To wrap around all sides, i.e. stuck a vertical texture, 2 different textures, multi-coat, smooth to rough. Number 3, skylights to revert to previous iteration in December 21st, 2021 drawings. I will also include any additional lighting that may be required by SMC building to be approved by SMC planning. And I will also note that the bird safe UV coating was satisfied and the tree substitution was satisfied. Would you like to go for a vote? Are we ready to go for a vote? So for you, David, the question is, would you like to go for a vote?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with these conditions, and I'm happy to go to a vote to meet these conditions.
Rebecca, Katie, are you ready for a vote?
That's not really our choice, right?
Well, yeah, unless there was any more discussion.
I think that captures the changes that we were discussing.
Okay, I make a motion to approve this project with the conditions as discussed and articulated. Yes.
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call.
Yeah, I'll do a roll call. Beverly Garrity.
Yes.
Okay, Beverly. Rebecca Catkin.
Yes.
Katie Kostuk.
You got it right that time. You got it.
Okay.
Yes.
Finally.
Yes.
Okay. Project approved. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being open
so
to working on
much.
this with
Yes.
us.
Due diligence. Excellent.
Rebecca, thank you for all the great ideas. That
Oh, thank you.
you,
Kiana.
you really like move the log jam. So thank you.
I like to build consensus.
Excellent. Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Have dinner.
everybody.
Bye.
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 Okay, thank you, Camille. All right, I make a motion to close the meeting.
I'll second that.
All right.
Thank you.